tailoring the suits into something that is magnificent and magical. I took from the Chevalier, Saint Georges, and Prince, because those are the rules apart, is where we live best. Yeah.
Right for you. Don't you that smile? Don't you look this way? Don't you one more time? I need a tight one right here. Second row. In front of you. One more look here, Cole. Cole, come down one step. Cole, right there. Guys, we need fashion. Serena, in front of you. Serena, no. We haven't got it. Serena. The front. Excuse me. We're trying to take photos, miss. Hey, we haven't come yet. Victoria, this way. Let's see the necklace. And to the left. Second row, straight ahead. And one more time, the front. Oh, okay. Thank you. Look at this camera. Alicia, to the left. To the two of y'all look to the left, please.
All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, I'll review some fashions that got me quite interested in this whole fashion, Met Gala, museum, arts, metropolitan, and I'll review all this to you together with your favorite celebrities. Stay with us, we'll be right back in a jiffy. Welcome back. Happy birthday to each and every person that today happens to be your birthday. I wish you every good thing in life. So let's delve into the fashion review Met Gala 2025. The 2025 Met Gala took place at the Metropolitan Museum of Arts in New York City, specifically at the Met Fifth Avenue. The event was held on Monday, May 5th, 2025, marking the opening of the Costume Institute's spring exhibition titled Superfine Tailoring Black Style. The grand staircase is adorned in midnight blue and daffodils. Guests ascend their attire a tapestry of black dandyism. So let's take a look at their outfit. So first on the list is Monica Barbaro. Let's take a look at her outfit and, you know, give it a 2 cents. So I like this because she's all covered up. It's giving this old British princess, you know, the hand gloves, the hats and everything. It's beautiful. The color blend is quite impressive. Not doing too much, not extravagant, just being there, being you. You don't really need anybody helping you to carry your dress or hold your hat or whatsoever. So I'll give this a 7/10. Yes. Let's have a look at the next person, and that is Chappelle Roan. So it's beautiful. I like the fact that she has to do with the color pink, all shiny, and her hair very extravagant. This is pretty, and okay, the details are quite nice, but I mean, you're wearing an outfit that people have to carry you into the car. So I'll give it a 6/10 actually. 6/10, yeah. And the third on the list is Sophia Granger. Let's take a look at her outfit. Let's take a look at Sophia Granger outfit. Ooh.
Keep coming, keep coming. Let's get it in this position. Can we see the front of your dress on this?
Sophia, can you say hi to who at where?
I so love this outfit. I don't know why, but it's so pretty. It's giving elegance, damsel, princess, you know. I think the whole bow at the back is what's making it look so busy and all. But aside that, the dress is effortlessly beautiful. This is a 10/10 for me. I don't know about you. Give your 2 cents in the comment section. And the next on the list is Rihanna. Yes. Yeah, ASAP had to make a comment on socials about his wife being pregnant, and we're all anticipating to see her at the Met Gala, and she had to do her thing. Rihanna has always been the queen that she is, and I so love this outfit. I think if she had removed the jacket, we would have known what was there, but yeah, it's giving the whole revealing my baby bump, not doing too much, but looking it like the team says. So I'll give this a 9.5/10. Yes, because of the whole details. Fast forward to Kylie Jenner. Let's take a look at Kylie Jenner's outfit at the Met Gala. So one thing I like about corsets, it to give you that snatchy look. Everything is popping out from head to toe. This outfit is effortlessly elegant, beautiful, though it's quite revealing, but I still like it. It's nice, and thank God she didn't do too much with her hair, because if she had, maybe we would have concentrated in the hair and not in the outfit. So that style of hair, perfect, because I mean, we have to pay attention to the clothing and not really the hair. And if she maybe did something with the hair, we wouldn't notice. She didn't do much with accessories. Quite interesting too. So this is a 10/10 for me. I don't know about you, but yes, I like. Let's move forward. Next on the list is Damson Idris. Let's take a look at what Damson Idris wore to the Met Gala.
Walking big, not bitch that love. I don't ever need you to tell me nothing. Yeah. I had to do all the motherfucking one. I had to do all this shit for the chunk. I told you this shit already been done. Oh, all of my.
Actually, I laughed because in my head I'm like, who is this Power Ranger in the blue carpets? Until they had to open it, and his suit is so beautiful, giving the whole gentleman vibe. Yes, all shiny. You know, they usually have the lady in red, but this is the gentleman in red. But my question is, anyways, the whole Power Ranger vibe from the initial stage, nice. I mean, you're giving that outstanding walk in, perfect and beautiful. So I'll give this a 9 over 10. Yes, a 9 over 10. Like I said, give your 2 cents in the comment section. Let's move forward to Tiana Taylor. Let's see what Tiana Taylor wore to the Met Gala yesterday. So Tiana is the queen she thinks she is. You know, I didn't really do the whole review of the back and all that, but if you see, you would know that that veil is so good. She's giving this whole queen warrior vibe. What do they call queen warrior now? I don't even know anymore. But yes, this is beautiful. You know, not doing too much on stage, so you want to change your style or what sort. She's changing her style with her staff and giving the whole pouch smile, pouch style and all the rest. She's allowing her clothes to do the talking. This is a 100 over 10 for me. I so love it. So let's move forward. The next we have on the list is ASAP Rocky. Let's see what ASAP Rocky wore to the Met Gala.
Here we go. What's the clue? ASAP, look at this camera. ASAP, look at this camera.
So ASAP is giving the whole vibe of soon to be dad of 3 from Rihanna. I think they were trying to do this whole couple swinging kind of outfits, but this is beautiful. This is elegant. This is standing out, and the whole display perfect. I think the staff had to make the outfit pop more. The jacket is not really a suit, but he's wearing a suit inside. So I'll give this a 9 over 10. Yes, for a man. Yeah, 9 over 10. Let's fast forward to Zendaya's outfit. Let's see what Zendaya wore to the Met Gala yesterday.
Right shoulder, right shoulder.
So there's something I noticed. Yeah, I think ladies were doing more of suits and comfy outfits, not too extravagant. Not all anyways, but some of them didn't outdo themselves. So this outfit is perfect, color perfect, style beautiful, no stress and all. I think I'll give this a 8 over 10. Yes, 8 over 10. So the last and the least, but not the least, Diana Ross. Let's see what Diana Ross wore to the Met Gala. She's the queen, the goddess, the queen mother that she is. Whether we like it or yes, this is a 200 over 10 for me. Very beautiful, very standing out. Her veil is giving, I'm stealing the show. Nobody is allowed to step into this carpet right now, so you don't step on my veil and all that. So this is a 200 over 10 for me. I don't know about you. You still have your own opinion, right? So yes, this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you had so much fun as much as I did. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you very much, Vin. So good to be here. Um, I think that the global outpouring of love, emotion for Pope Francis is for me a vindication of what he represented because I have never seen a pope that had faced so much internal criticism as well as external criticism. You know, many people fail to understand that this man was a prophet who saw tomorrow, who understood clearly that the Catholic Church and indeed all religious systems and institutions at this present time in human history, we are all being called to become healers, bandaging wounds, extending a hand of friendship to lift those who are down up, and to create and build bridges of friendship. So these are the things that Jesus lived. These are also the things that Pope Francis embodied in his own humble and simple way. But like he constantly said, let us make a mess. Let us move and shake the system so that people can wake up from their slumber and see the sea of suffering humanity that is in need of healing. That's why constantly at the beginning, indeed, of his papacy, he called the world and the church to what he calls a revolution of tenderness. And that revolution of tenderness is about bandaging wounds by extending the love and kindness of God. It is not about watering down the faith. Actually, Pope Francis never changed any single Catholic doctrine, as some of his detractors have charged against him. But he said the church is not just about the logic of law, but rather the logic of love. So that outpouring, seeing so many people from all over the world, seeing thousands of people, they have never seen anything like that in Rome. I think the last time that Rome's street were lined up to welcome or say goodbye to a pope will go back into the late 18th century. Pope Pius the Sixth, you know, who had died in violence, and then he had to be brought back by Pope Pius the Seventh because of the crisis of the papacy at that time. So this was a vindication of a life well lived, and that the message of Pope Francis is a message that resonated with many people across the world, you know, across religions, across races, across nations. He indeed was, like many people have said, a pope of the world and a pope of the poor.
This was a man who tried to remove all the ostentatious things that had to come with the papacy, with the position of being pope. And he did a lot of ordinary things. I was just watching a report sometime this morning where I found out that Pope Francis called a Catholic church in Gaza in the last 1 year or more. He called them every night at 8 o'clock. Every night at 8 o'clock, calling them for the last time on Saturday, 2 days before his death on Easter Monday. Was this, part of that people's pope that Pope Francis had become over these years?
Yes, and I would think also that he did not just become this way when he became a pope. This has been the way he lived his life. One of the most important documents produced in the Catholic Church in Latin America is the Aparecida document, authored by Pope Francis, that emphasized what in ordinary term you will call theology of the people. That is, that it is us, not just a few of us, but all of the people. I mean, some will accuse him of being a Peronist, that populist government in Argentina that was revolutionary in trying to focus both the socio-economic programs and policies on the people. But for Pope Francis, what he did, calling Holy Trinity Church, the people in Gaza every day, was typical. Pope Francis, as many of you will remember, that on Holy Thursday, the last visit he made outside of the Vatican was to a prison. He had no energy, but he insisted on going to be with the prisoners. And while he was leaving, the journalists were asking him questions. Why do you keep on coming here? He said, every time I come here, I ask the good Lord, why them and not me? And Pope Francis has been anti-war. He has proclaimed in several of his messages the gospel non-violence, that the future of the world cannot be built on violence, killing people, destroying people, and building arms and ammunition. So he says, when thousands of people are drowning in the Mediterranean, the stock exchange does not go down. You know, but when some people lose millions, then the stock exchange will go down. They are human beings, like he said. When I stand before a person, I'm standing on holy ground. Therefore, what was going on and what is still going on in Gaza, you remember also that 2 years ago, Pope Francis cried about the war in the killings in Ukraine. When the first visit he went outside, once he became a pope, was to Lampedusa, where he wept and threw flowers into the Mediterranean as he bemoaned thousands of many people from Africa, from Syria, the Middle East, the rest of the Middle East, and other parts of the world who are drowning in the Mediterranean, migrants who have lost their way. So he has a particular love for people who are, as he normally says, at the existential peripheries of life. That's the mission that he sent some of us to meet those people who are seldomly heard from in the church. Prisoners, the elderly, people who are in detention camps, migrants, LGBTQ community members, people who have left the church, who have left the priesthood or the religious life. And for him, it's not about endorsing any lifestyle. People misunderstand him. He says 2 years ago, and that resonates with me constantly, during the World Youth Day in Lisbon, Portugal, on exactly August the 3rd, 2023, at a speech he gave to young people. He used the word 3 times, todos, todos, todos. That is saying all of us, all of us, all of us. And he asked the young people to repeat after him, all of us, that the church is for all of us. And the church is a home for all of us, because God knows each person, he says, by name. And he asked them, say again, God knows you by name. What is he doing? It is saying clearly, every human being is a child of God. What you do is also important, but first of all is to recognize that whether you are good or bad, whether you are young or old, whatever your socioeconomic status, that human beings should not just be expendable, but rather should be prized.
Okay, Father Stan, if you can hear me, let's just conclude our conversation with some insight on what you think will happen to all the initiatives that this late Pope had taken to bring the Catholic Church closer to places
where people felt distant from the Catholic Church, especially his initiatives in Africa. Do you think that when we have a new pope, that there's a tendency that this new pope will continue on some of those initiatives that Pope Francis had initiated?
I think so, because one of the most, I think, enduring legacies of Pope Francis was the extensive consultation of all the Catholic faithful throughout the world between 2021 and last year, 2024, the Synod on Synodality. And that Synod on Synodality produced a very important document. So we are in the process of implementing the decisions, not of Pope Francis, it is the decision of the whole church, that we need to be a welcoming church, a church where everyone's gifts and talents are embraced with the same generosity, kindness, and consideration, a church of co-responsibility, a church of solidarity, and a church of synodality. That is a listening church. So those decisions are already being implemented, and there are 10 study groups that Pope Francis set up to implement and deepen the understanding of some of the decisions made. And one of the last acts of Pope Francis, even from the hospital, was to sign off that these decisions and the process of implementing the synodal decisions should now begin. It was to start in May. My hope is that the next pope, just like Cardinal Parolin, who presided over the Mass yesterday at the Vatican, the second day of Novena Masses for Pope Francis, said the momentum started by Pope Francis should be continued, because the only way we can honor the legacy of a prophet, that is someone who saw tomorrow, is not simply to praise him or to cry at his funeral or at his death, but to do what the disciples of Jesus did, to run even farther than the master, who worked only for 3 years, and his followers have been working for 2,000 years. So Pope Francis had made his own contribution to the church. We will take the good things from it. We will take the lessons from it, especially articulated in the synodal document. And then hopefully the new pope already has, if you like, a vademecum that can serve as a good manifesto and a roadmap for the future of Catholicism and the world.
I understand. Thank you for your time. And I know how passionate you've been about the work you and your colleagues have done with the Pope, and I know how sad this period is for you. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that people like you will continue to write and then to look for that silent majority in the church.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And joining me now is the past District Rotaract representative, Alan Ntambi. Alan is in Nigeria for some Rotaract work. Alan, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
How was your trip?
My trip was fantastic. It's been a couple of learning and good experiences in Nigeria.
So why are you in Nigeria?
I am here in Nigeria. One, I came to attend, I was invited to attend the Nigerota, the National Rotaract Conference. Nigeria has 6 districts, Rotary districts. Actually, it's the only country with such number of districts in Africa. Mm-hmm. And I was interested to come and see what the young people are doing down here in Nigeria, but also share with them best practices on how best we can grow ourselves as young people while we transform our communities.
Well, Rotaract spans more than 180 countries and territories. Yeah. From your leadership experience, what do you believe unites young leaders globally? And What unites them even beyond the cultural, the political, and the social differences? What is that magic binding factor that holds young people together to serve?
Now, what brings us together is the common goal, the service to humanity. The fact that we come together and we forget our religious affiliations. We forget our political affiliations. We forget our own needs, but look out to the greater good to build the communities that we live in. Because I want to say some of us, most of us young people that are in Rotaract are privileged to be where we are. But then what worries us is the communities we live in. If we do not sustain them, if we do not help them catch up, get closer to where we are, then we are equally in a danger. And it's what every other person out there needs to be looking out. Because yes, you will hide in your fence and you have the security at your gate. But what about when you walk out of your gate on the streets?
What happens to you?
What happens to you? Yes, you're looking good. You're taking care of your own children. You're taking them to good schools. That's perfect, thank you. But guess what? Your daughter, your son, is going to meet that other person, young person, who has not been brought up well, who has been brought up in a very hard life. And they are bringing you such a person as your daughter-in-law, as your son-in-law, not cultured, not given the opportunity you gave your children. Eventually, it is catching up with you. So
somehow it will rub off on you.
Definitely. Now, Rotaract gives us an opportunity to address that.
Okay, let me talk about you. You're a young person.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering why you had to travel all the way, thousands of miles, doing Rotary and Rotaract work. What is inspiration? What drives you?
I have grown up as a young man. At a certain point, I have also been in need. I remember I was almost dropping out of school. My father is a retired army officer in Uganda. And then at one point, he could not pay for my school fees. But I'd associated with Rotary as an Interact. I know Rotary has several levels. The Interact Club for young people in high school, the Rotaract Club for young people, young professionals and tertiary institutions, then Rotary. So I'd associated with Rotary as a young person. Then I knew if I dare drop out of school, then I'll not have an opportunity. There will not be space for me in the Rotary fraternity. But getting the opportunity then to get better, then I thought I also need to help other people see things the way I see them, making them get better. For example, I was in Ghana last week. I am here in Nigeria, but also I have a job. I'm employed somewhere. So what inspires me is seeing other young people every day get better, other young people transforming themselves. And you know, we keep telling young people, our elders keep telling us that young people are the future of tomorrow's leaders, are the future's leaders. Maybe I should pose a question here. When is the future? And where is it? Because yesterday we addressed today as tomorrow, right? And then tomorrow, and then we can say tomorrow. And certainly we just have a few minutes to tomorrow, which will now become the today. So that's what inspires me, telling the young people that, you know, now there's nothing like the future. It's not there. The future is now. And if we are the leaders of the future, that means we are the leaders of today. So let's start now to make the world we want to see.
That leads me to asking, are the young people ready to lead today and lead tomorrow? I mean, we see a lot of slacking on the part of young people. Drugs, cults, alcoholism, prostitution, and this, what some people have called generational selfishness. Are they really ready to lead today and lead tomorrow?
You know, I would say readiness is relative. But also readiness is not a one-day thing. You need to have a starting point. Where is the starting point? And the starting point is now. It's now. Everywhere, wherever you are. It's now. There is never going to be a readiness or you being ready unless you start now. If you cannot speak to people, if you cannot stand in the crowd and say word, we are saying start now. How do you say good morning or good evening to your parent? How do you say hi guys? How do you mobilize your friends to do something? And that's what inspires me. That's why I'm in Nigeria. Nigeria's GDP, last I checked, was at $358 billion. Where I come from, our GDP is just $48 billion in Uganda. But when I look at the Rotary and Rotaract in Uganda, I want to believe there is something my Nigerian friends and family can learn from Uganda. And that's why I came to touch base with them, telling them that, you know what, we can do this. And I'm telling them it's just a matter of looking at priorities. What are your life's priorities? What is it that you want to see? And after knowing what you want to see, or even what you want to know, then the how becomes easier. But when you know the what and understand why you need to do it, then answering the how becomes easy, because you have now you know what you want to do, and then you're convicted by the why. You know, if I don't do this, this is what will come. So that answers your why. So young people in drugs, yes, they are there. And maybe I want to go back to our leaders. And when I say our leaders, I go back to our parents. I go back to our leaders at where we work from. I go back to our teachers. The mentorship we get. The unfortunate bit of it is that many people has classified mentorship as me sitting in front of you and you speak to me. And I want us to have a different dimension looking at mentorship for young people. And this is my appeal to our elders. Please, let's look at mentorship differently now. What you want us to become, please do that. Let's just watch you do it.
Leading by example.
Lead by example. Please don't tell us to do it. You want us to dress well, decently, dress decently. You want us to be, not to be corrupt people, don't be corrupt. You don't want us to lie, don't lie, because certainly we know when you're lying. And that way, Africa will be secured.
Ntambi, is that not what they call buck passing? You know, I'm talking about the challenges that a lot of young people are having, and probably what people of your generation are doing to make that better. And you're pushing the buck to parents and
the
older ones?
I am actually not pushing it. The Africans,
No, because
where I come
the
from,
the implication of what you're saying is that we are not leading by example.
Where I come from, we have a saying. That the old bird teaches the young bird how to fly. Even I am a father. Most of the things I see my young daughter doing at home, I clearly see it is a replica of either my behavior or the mother's behavior. Because she learns firsthand by seeing, by observing.
Okay. How about those that are already caught in the web? Maybe some people around them have not led by example, have not set the right, put them on the right track, had not shown them the right way, and they are caught in the web. Let's talk about the kind of work Rotary will do in those directions.
And that's why some of us are here. That's why we have the 4,500 Rotaractors in Nigeria, in the 6 districts. And they are coming to the communities, to the fellow young people, to tell them that, look, I am here, I am your age, I am your age mate. I am not using the drugs and I'm surviving. I am comfortably okay. Okay? I don't have the much money that you think you should be having right now. But you know what? I wake up every day diligently and go to work. When I'm given work to do at my workplace, I am very responsible to deliver. That's what young people in Rotaract do. The first goal of Rotaract is to develop professional and leadership skills. And the second one is to emphasize respect for the right of others and promote ethical standards. Now, these ethical standards are the examples we portray out to the young people. And I want to tell employers out there, if you want the right person to employ, look into Rotaract. You will be amazed.
That's what PR you're doing.
I mean, look into Rotaract. Be very deliberate. Into Rotaract.
Is it because of the kind of training?
Because of the mentorship.
Ghana from...
Because of the training. And imagine they are doing these kind of works not paid. For example, I led Rotaract in my district as DRR. And one of the things I did most was public image, public relations, marketing the organization. So after my year as a district Rotaract representative, I was invited for a job at one of the universities in Uganda. The professor is a Rotarian and he told me my university is struggling with public image. I told him I have not done PR for an organization. He told me, I've seen you doing it and I know you will do it. Now, young people have skills that need to be put to use. And that's where young people in Rotaract, you see them going for medical camps. You see them using their skills, teaching. I attended a project in Ghana last week where I saw young people teaching the communities to make shoes, to make money. Where I saw young people teaching young girls how to make sanitary pads. I saw young people teaching the communities how to make liquid soap, empowering them economically. And then I see governments, I don't know in Nigeria, but back home, I see governments spend a lot of money on empowering communities with such skills. Sometimes the money never goes where it's supposed to go. But then these young people are coming in. So our role as young people in Rotaract, and why I think every parent should consider having their children join Rotaract, is the change of mindset, the commitment to do work being community aware. That's what Rotaract does.
Today's young people are really what we could call people of the digital age. And you know, the world is their forte. You know, they are globally minded, and you see them very passionate about change. And I'm asking, how is your organization leveraging, you know, on technology, innovation, and collaboration to empower this new generation of young people? How are you doing that?
Now, at Rotaract Africa, when I came into office as president, I realized that we have some lot of untapped potential. We have over 19,000 young people in Rotaract Africa, in 47 African countries. And I was like, what do we use these numbers for? So that they are not just numbers. And then I realized we have so many young professionals. We have those in the tech world like me. I'm a data and software engineer.
Okay.
We have those in the teaching profession. We have those in the medical world, in the all the sectors of life. So, and I'm telling them, how can I be in Uganda and I impact someone in Liberia without going there? And that's where the digital world comes in. We are creating what we call, for example, the Rotaract Africa Leadership Academy. Free of charge.
Is it virtual?
Virtual. It's virtual. Then I reach out to experienced leaders like you. I tell you, know what, you do not have to leave Nigeria. Can you give us an hour of a lecture online? And then I'll give you the audience. I'll put together 1,000 young people. You speak to them all over Africa, and you're offering your services to these young people, but you would have impacted the generation in Africa. Digital. We are asking them, come, let's learn some skills. Okay? You have a Facebook page of 5,000 followers. Instead of posting a picture when you're at maybe a food hub somewhere, telling us how you're enjoying chicken, why don't you ask Signature TV to influence for Signature TV? Tell them, you know what, I have 5,000 followers. I'd like to be posting Signature TV's programs on my platform. And then you can get money, because trust me, Signature TV has a budget for public relations. Even what it does most is still offer platforms for businesses to grow, for communities to grow. So you would have widened Signature TV's reach. And that's what we are telling young people, use these platforms. You have your Instagram, you have 10,000 followers. How are you making money out of it? And this is one of the programs now we are doing with the young people in Africa.
Okay, looking ahead, what bold dreams and innovations do you envision for the Rotaract movement in the next maybe decade, especially as we lead this group in Africa?
Recently we had a discussion on our forum, having a strategy about Rotaract at 2030. We have over 45,000 Rotarians on the African continent. And then we have the 19,000 young people between the age of 18 to maybe 30, Rotaractors. And these are the future Rotarians. So our dream is to see these young people get into work, get into the job market as professionals, people of integrity, people of goodwill, people that are community aware. And what is this going to do? It's not just a solution for Rotaract. It's a solution for the African continent. You should be knowing about the 4-way tests. Of the things we think, say, or do. First, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? When I'm trying to do something, is it fair to other people, or is it only fair to me? Will it build goodwill? And if we ask young people, we're asking young people to lead their life reflecting on these principles, so that we can, it's not just about Rotaract, but have a continent, have communities that are not selfish. It's not just about them, but it's also about the others. That way we are building a community of people of integrity that are going to run our continent.
Alan Ntambi, that's a beautiful way to end our conversation. And I must thank you for coming on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
But before I let you go, tonight, your presence here has reminded us that real leadership is born not from power, but from service and vision. Across every border, young leaders are building the future with courage, hope, and unity. As the world mourns the passing of His Holiness the Pope, and as the conclave prepares to choose the next spiritual guide, we are reminded that the call for compassionate, borderless leadership is greater than ever. May we rise to the challenge, and may hope continue to light our way forward. Let's keep believing in the power of service and the dream of our united world. I won't let you go until I leave you with this.
Oh. Thank you.
And that's our program for tonight. I've been Martin Obiora Ilu from ENUGU in Nigeria. Thanking you for watching and asking you that we have to do this again tomorrow night at 11 p.m.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you for having me, sir. Thank you. And thank you for supporting the young people. I'm informed and told of your great service.
time we entered this earth as human beings, we started industrialization. We started this a kind of development. We call it technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emissions. Understand? Doubling emissions, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth, and then it start causing flooding. Suffice to see that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places.
This would also affect the way and manner that he patronizes foreign doctors and foreign hospitals than the Abuja clinic that is within, the states or within the country that we have. I don't know. I'm just thinking through it, but we'll see about that next. We are up with the headlines on our newspapers this morning. Let's go to it. So we begin on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, and on the Tribune, FEC okays Nigeria first economic policy to prioritize local industry, bans unjustified imports, executive order coming to backup initiative. Tony Elumelu bags Gabon's highest national awards. Naira depreciates as crude oil price falls below $60. Benue Assembly will debate Rep's invitation letter today, says Speaker. Bandits sack 3 Bochi villages, kill 15, injures many. Wike for Bara Fields, tax reform bills, constitution review, insecurity top agenda as National Assembly reconvenes. Farmers in Ondo, Ekiti, Osun laments deaths of skilled labor, cost of inputs. 2027, Atiku still weighing options, may not quit PDP. Plans last-minute rescue efforts to save party, says source. Dangote hails Tinubu for revolutionary change in oil and gas to save Nigeria. 2025 UTME result analysis, over 1.5 million score less than 200 points. All the details on the Nigerian Tribune. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust, police launch probe as 5 children die inside abandoned vehicle. Wow. 2025 UTME, over 75% score below 200. Constitution review, insecurity, tax bills, top agenda as National Assembly resumes today. Crisis in Niger Delta. Development Commission over scholarship scheme. 25 killed as bandits, vigilantes clash in Bochi. New NNPCL leadership supporting my $20 billion refinery, says Dangote. Gaza starve as Israel plans expanded operations. Woman in courts for marrying 2 husbands. Interesting times. Finally, details on The Guardian. Nigeria risks losing youth generation to drug abuse and mental health crisis. FEC prioritizes local industry under Nigeria First policy. 77.
Because My father told me, you cannot become a rich man, then you make money and throw it away. God has blessed Nigeria massively with a large deposit of oil under our soil, crude oil. It's going to backfire. And whatever we see, look at how cheap, look at the massiveness of how the bandits, how the terrorists are recruiting Nigerian youths. That is. So it's good decision. The presidency have woken up to say, we'll think about Nigeria first. I only say, it cannot always be bad. It's good decision, but we could have done that far much longer before now. So good kudos to the presidency when they take good decision. But these are the implications. They have to begin to take such decisions because we are sitting on keg of gunpowder.
But again, we're not a country that doesn't have depth of policies and programs that looks good on paper. It has always been implementation. I mean, how are we sure that just saying this, we can actually do it? The president just came back from France, where he went to do medical checkup. So, if you are saying prioritize local content, I mean, we have a hospital in the presidential villa that is official for him, and he hasn't for one day patronized that hospital. That is local content.
We are looking at all the problems together. We looked at the situation where even people, medical doctors who are employed in Aso Rock with the high level of payment and the booger positions they held, have jackpot. Is that bad? You know how much medical personnel, we keep saying doctors because that's an understatement. A medical doctor is the leader of medical team. If you check the medical teams, there are more than 15 members of a team, a medical team. We have lost all. So even if you find a doctor employed in Aso Rock Hospital alone, no president of a country will trust his life with such where the medical team have depleted. So we are not saying it's something that is going around, is coming around. Everybody is feeling it. So we are only saying that some people hold the S. They hold the S. They hold it. And they should use that trust we're giving them with our lives to do something that will benefit all. Otherwise, the house called Nigeria cannot collapse and the roof still stands. It's like people thinking that if Nigeria collapses, Aso Rock will still be there. It might be madness to think that way. If this country collapses, Aso Rock will be useless. So they're going to think comprehensively. If it affects the eye, it will affect the nose. So let's begin to think for everybody. If you think you are safe and sound because you are under government protection, it might not last for too long because they keep pushing. People keep pushing. And you get to the point you're depleted. Very soon, don't quote me, one day, the people you are paying to protect you, the Nigerian police and the security agencies, it was in this country I've heard of police going on strike once. They did everything to suppress them. Don't be sure it will not repeat itself. With what we are seeing, is the blood not running in their vein? They will be guarding people. Let me give you a typical example. Somebody bought a car, Rolls Royce, one of the highest, latest model, and that's the billions of naira. But he's paying the driver who is driving that car 20,000 naira. That is, somebody came, this is life. It will happen to me in Abuja. A man living with his relation, extended relation, who is a rich man. He left the guy because he works for him as the driver. He takes care of the children, do all the house chores. But each time the man will come back with dog food. Because the man kept 4 mighty dogs. These 4 dogs consume in one go more than 40,000 naira food. And he's paying this same young man that time 10,000 naira a month. This young man has children and wife in the village, but he's in Abuja serving his rich relation, who feeds dog daily with 40,000, and he's paying the man 10,000 naira a year, a month. That's an analogy for Nigeria. These people, we think we have cornered around to guard us. We are crying of insecurity. The few we have, we don't want to talk about state police. We don't want to talk about every other thing to encourage the vigilantes. The little federal police and power and security we have, we use it to guard ourselves and stay back in Abuja. Abuja is not far. Onyai Mabie Bichiluzo. The person we know his house. He's living on the main road. And that's what I want our leaders to think. So thank God for the new policy, Nigeria-centric policy, to think home. It's a good philosophy. Like you said, hoping that we implement it very well. Then on the punchy punch. Insecurity, reps, Benue governor, clash over NAS. Clash as NAS resumes today. What is the clash for? It's destructive.
How is it destructive? I mean, they said they invited the governor to come and explain to them what's going on in Rivers State, because
is it that NAS people, why should there be clash? Is it that NAS, I read in other places, a lawmaker blames a liar for killing. That is destructive.
How?
You blame the governor for killings in the state. As what? When we have sat down here and said governors are only crying babies. You give the chief security officer and call them executive governors because it sounds good too. But when it comes to implementing that power, they find out that they can't even command. They can't give a very critical command to the policeman guarding them. All those starched, heavily starched, khakid, AK-47 trotting policemen guarding all the governors. They cannot command when critical commands come. They don't even know who they are. Because they still have to go through middle person to give command, and they answer chief security officers. Let them prove Nigeria wrong. Would Aliyah have commanded the whole security force in the state to go and clear the grounds? Will he? Does he have the power? Who is blaming them? The same NAS that constitutionally would have given powers to the man and blaming him is destructive. But when I was looking at the newspaper, Punch said the reps, I said blame game. He come down, he said Peter blame CBN for delay. Blame game, go down. Every topic of newspaper here is blame. One man is blaming another. If it's not tax reform, river crisis, top agenda, Senate blames. That's all you see. We cannot take charge. We blame. As if after blaming, the whole lives are lost in Benue Plateau and within the last few weeks, we come back. As if after blaming, there will no more terror attacks.
But the issue is somewhat, something that the Constitution should be able to tell. Can the House of Reps in Abuja summon a governor to come and explain to them what's going on in their states? Because the state already has a State House of Assembly. If there's any form of summoning that should happen, it should happen between the state governor and the State House of Assembly. So in
critical situations, will lead to some level of emergency, whether declared or not. The Federal House and the Senate has oversight function over the state assemblies. And if they do that, indirectly or directly, they can summon.
State House of Assembly is different from the governor.
That's what I'm saying. If the State House of Assembly can summon a governor to come, invite him to come and explain to them what's going on. Why wouldn't the Federal House invite? That's the critical level of there's oversight function. Because you remember that in Rivers State, that is just state of emergency. The National Assembly are having oversight function. They're even talking that is top on the agenda as they resume today.
For Rivers State is different. The reason why I say it's different is because we have a state of emergency there. There's no state of emergency in Benue.
When you are saying declared, I say, what of the one state of emergency not declared? What happened in Benue and I was sometime in the where the people are rumoring that might be state of emergency declared. But you find out that the security there is a state of emergency. For that number of people to die in less than over And it's not that it has, come down. There were still attacks recently where about 5 or 12 people died still within the region. And you think the National Assembly cannot say, come. It's not, well, let's not look at the ego situation. He can come there and say, come, let's even know what's going on. But if you are inviting him to come and explain what's going on, really, for them to really understand how critical it is, it's not, let's not look at it as if it is someone. Because left alone, he has not done anything anyway. So why worry about whether he's invited someone or even ordered?
Why can't they visit him?
Well, it's cheaper for the governor to visit than with the House of. You know what it comes with. You know how this thing, the sleaze and what goes with it, the red tape. You know the oversight function committees, the visiting state. You know how few of them. Not to talk about. Are you saying the National Assembly will close down and visit? It's easier for one single individual to visit because the man visits Abuja anyway weekly for executive council meeting. So what is the difference of stopping over and saying, gentlemen, let's parley, let's talk over this? Let's look at
it's rare. It's rare, really. I mean, we haven't seen the House of Reps call a governor to come and explain what's happening in their state.
If it starts today, if it's for good, if it's going to stop, remember that most of the people who are members of the Federal House are also from the states. So they are concerned. And if they think it's not good to invite their governor, they should have raised the alarm. So if they jointly agree that the governor should come for explanation, that means this is an undeclared state of emergency.
There was even still this debate that happened under Buhari when the National Assembly was looking to invite him to come and explain. And there was this debate about whether they have the powers to summon the president to come and give account of what's going on in the country.
Why do presidents go to present budgets? You could have invited the Senate and National Assembly to Aso Rock and over a cup of tea and said, this is pick my budget and go and sort about it. The Constitution is very clear about it as check and balances. If there's nobody interpret it as that none of the arms of government is in all that entirely different. They are linked and they have checkmate structures against it. So when you are invited, it's not like you are taking your powers. It takes two to tango. When your wife says, oh, child, sit down, let's talk about how we're going to feed the children today. It's not summoning you. You can maintain your ego and walk away. And the children will go hungry just because you think your wife summoned you. But if you think your wife invited you for a meeting, then it becomes different. You can sit down. So look at it different. Charles, shut up, can be stubborn. But Charles, can you lower your voice? It can be a discussionary thing. The way we interpret it, and we have the big wigs, who said they are learned gentlemen, they will find us like we are just, talking and brainstorming. How has Nigeria, the legal, the judiciary, come out to explain even the Constitution, more take it as point of duty on weekly basis? Over how many years Nigeria have stayed? Most of things that happen in Nigeria, our parliamentary system, the structure, how it works, who should, when will they be able to meet together, talk and discuss about issues? I tell you, 90% of Nigerians are ignorant of this. Either because deliberately the people in power do not want them to know. And they will willingly tell you ignorance of a law is not an excuse. But deliberate denial of knowledge for you to know, is it an excuse? It's good that an elder in the house said, children, don't go there. And the children went there and they get consumed. Then you sit down and children are playing, you are laughing as an elder. When something happened to those children, what do you call yourself? So, you do your own job. Let the people know. If they don't want to know, how many people teach constitution and civics? Government in the schools. How many students take care of that now or study? How many people look into the history? How a state was governed in the last 20 years? What happened in Oyo Empire? How they elected Oyo Messi and all that? How the critical thing? So that if it's happening in Oyo, ancient kingdom today, the children will know, this is a process. Instead of some governors taking over and maneuvering and closing this, you don't even know where it started, you don't know where you're going. That is what's happening in Nigeria. Deliberate attempt to deny people knowledge of how our government is the structure of how governance is done in Nigeria. We have the NOA, the answer names. I don't even think they have budget. National Orientation Agency. We have Ministry of Information and Culture. What do? Big offices. Do a lot of people. What do they do to enlighten Nigerians? Only when they want to do anything, you see little budget, they will do one radio thing and put it in Radio Nigeria NTA alone. And they will tell you they've done their job. That's by the way. But as something that Charles, I must say, there are some new newspapers that have appeared. We are still looking at them. I found in the review box here, The Matrix. I don't know where it's coming from. Another one called itself Liberty. I hope it's not a part of the build-up. There's another one they call First News. All these ones, I hope they are not part of the build-up 2027.
It is. I mean,
but it's good that the more the merrier.
Indeed.
Thank you, Charles. God bless Nigeria.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you to Chris Monica for the expert analysis on the headlines this morning. So we're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Sincerely speaking, I don't think any sensible, honest soul Nigerian is satisfied with the minimum wage. So what does that tell you? I am not satisfied with the minimum wage. Keep them alive. That's the only thing I can say, but because there's nothing you can do. We are here for it. What is the question of the minimum wage? Some of the minimum wage can actually take care of the financial obligations of the individual staff that we have now in the country. So, what we thank God for, how can it better than cheating, as the people will say in the palace? obviously have to get more so that you can be able to help us bring out our base back to Nigeria and Nigerians as well. Worker with special needs, let's say people with special needs, they have to spend particulars of what to do. But most of them have get advantage. That Nigerian government consider us, especially those that are not employed. There are so many pendings, welfare areas that government should get to do. We are urging government to the fact that we are happy because of our pay. All our pending arrears to be paid immediately so that the job will not just end on workers' day. Let the jobs continue. That is my appeal to the government.
The welfare package is not of Nigerian workers in general. It's nothing to write home about.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV, and it's 8:33. So a number of state elections are due for November 8th, and everyone now knows who their flag bearers are. Well, except for a few parties that are still in a quagmire about the controversy about who the flag bearers for the elections are. But again, for the ones that everyone speaks about, the APC, APGA, the PDP, everyone's been settled regarding that. And we have with us live via the phone this morning to speak a little more about the build up to the 2027 or 2025 governorship elections in Anambra States. Alex Emeka Ejindu is a public affairs analyst. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Thank you so much. You are in Anambra State, and a whole lot of persons have said that there is no opposition. This have been mounted by even Anambarians, some Anambarians who are on the ground, and APGA has even gone to bed with that thought that there is no opposition. Is it really true that APGA is coasting to victory because the opposition isn't strong enough?
We have two other strong contenders to the position. One from Labour Party, Chief Dr. George Moralo of Labour Party, and another from APC, Prince Dr. Nicholas Okachuku. They are all serious contenders to that position. They have their influences, they have their strength and muscles to win that election. That election may not be that easy for the incumbent. He thinks it is easy. But considering his records and achievements, it may not be that easy because these other people two people are very experienced leaders as well. Thank you.
All right, you spoke about George Omogalo of the Labour Party. Has it resolved the issues? Because we heard there are two persons who have emerged, him and the other guy. Has that been taken care of?
Yes, the national leaders are handling it. I think as I had last 2 days, that thing has been sorted out. George Morale is our candidate for now.
Okay, so let's speak of the experience. For instance, I'm talking about the governorship candidate for APGA, who is the governor of the state. You spoke about his pedigree and his scorecard. How do you describe his first 3.5 years in office? Has it been one that is welcoming for Anambarians? Is it commendable? Do you think Anambarians will go to the poll to bring him back to the seat come November 8th?
It is an election, a competitive one, and he made some success in a lot of areas. I wouldn't say that it's a failure. He made some successes from one other side or the other.
Which sides?
He's not an angel.
Which sides would you say he succeeded?
Infrastructure like roads. I think he's making effort in that area. He's making enough effort in that area, roads especially. And the education is not down completely in education. He's making a good effort in education. But there are other areas like agriculture, healthcare. So there are many other areas I have not seen much impact compared to others like Peter B. When he was governor. Obi are not even did fairly well. Some of them
of the days past, you know.
What about security?
Yeah.
What about security? How do you score him in security?
He started very, very recently to make effort in security. A number has been a den of chiefs before now, since he came in. For complete 3 years, he has been sleeping over security. Has not done much on security. Recently, he instituted he rebranded the security to make impact. I believe now he's improving on security of lives and property in Anambra State.
He established Agune Chamber, one security outfit that so many persons say has, been successful since its inception. Some of them even go as far as apprehending, DBAs. Some say that part of the reasons why the security situation never improved in Anambra was because of the activities of, DBAs. So one would have thought that it's a welcome development, but on the other hand, some persons think that, he's infringing on the rights of those who practice traditional religion.
There are DBAs that are naturally good for giving traditional medicine to people, but there are criminals among them. Just likewise in other areas of endeavor, you can find good ones and find bad ones. The Okite specifically are criminals in the field of traditional medicine, and he has made effort in at least shaking them a little bit. That has shown them that we realize their operations that are bad. Encouraging crime, they encourage a lot of crime in this environment, but his effort in that direction is commendable.
So if you were to, if an Anambarian is to speak of security in Anambra State, it will be in some way credited to him for doing some things about it. Don't you think that would, get him a second term?
Recently, yes. Within the past 3-4 months, he has been there for over 3 years, remember?
Yeah.
But within the past 3-4 months, he is making serious effort towards that.
Okay. So for you as an analyst, if you were to go to the poll this morning, to vote any of these 3 candidates that you have mentioned, who would it be and why? And why wouldn't you return Chukuma Soludo back to power?
You make choices, you make your choice. Nobody determines your choice. You know the reason why you choose the other person against the other. For me, I have a choice. It may not be Professor Soludo, but we are still watching between now and November to know if 1 or 2 things. In politics, a week can change people's mind. A weak activity can change people's mind and interest. So we are watching. Within now and November 8th, we'll know where the direction we're going. But for now, I have a choice. May not be I don't think it is this present governor, as at now.
Oh, wow.
As at now. Unless the magic is performed within the next 2, 3, 4 months, I may change my interest. But for now, I will not. It's not my vote cannot go for him now.
But you just said he has been doing well, at least in the last 3 months, 4 months, in terms of security, and he has done well in terms of road infrastructure. So
if you are in a mission for 3 years, and you've been whiling away your time for 2 years and 7 months in a particular area, and within this short period, you start showing seriousness in life-threatening issues, will you mark the person perfect? No. What have you been doing all this while? What has he been doing all this while? That's my concern. Why is he not serious about security all the while? Why now? Now that we are approaching the election period. But I wouldn't like to say anything further than that. But I want to tell you, as of now, he's not my choice now.
What is Peter Obi's influence on the Anambra elections? We understand that in the last presidential election, he swept Anambra more than 95%. Do you think that he still has that influence over Anambarians in terms of the local election, like the gubernatorial?
You mean who?
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi has influence. He's a strong man with determination. He's a man tested and trusted. His influence can change issues. So he's trusted by Anambarians. He's straightforward. He's accountable. So his impact will not be neglected, though. That's the truth.
We understand that Labour Party is planning to Judge, Moghalu is planning to basically take him along in order to see if his influence can assist in upsetting the apple cart. Do you see that happen? Do you think Peter Obi has that popularity still in a number of states to make people sway the people's mindset into voting Labour Party in November?
Both of them are the same party, Labour Party now. Definitely he will try to assist Moghalu.
No, what I'm saying, Moghalu is looking to have him on the campaign trail, at least in some of the places that he's going to be going to. But what I'm saying in essence is, do you think that having Peter Obi on his campaign trail would make any difference for the November poll?
A lot of difference. It will make a lot of difference with Peter Obi around.
How much difference?
If Moghalu is running on 20% winning, with Peter Obi by his side, he will be for his strength by the additional 30%, which is 50%. So Moghalu will make a lot of difference. If Peter Obi will change a lot of people's interests and vote, if allowed to be part of this campaign, but definitely he will be part of the campaign. Moghalu will bring him in. They are all colleagues and friends.
So what are the chances of APC in that election, Dr. Ukachukwu?
Anambra do not vote APC unless there is a magic they will make.
What do you mean? What do you mean by
naturally, Anambra don't vote APC at all.
When you say don't vote APC at all, what does that even mean?
It means they have a mindset that the APC has not done well for Anambra people. If you conduct free and fair election 10 times, APC will fail 10 times. You know, they know how to bulldoze themselves to power. If they have such plan, it may work, it may not work. But for voting, APC will not get up to 15% of the vote of Anambra people.
But why is that though? What's the sentiment with Anambra and the APC? Is there a specific sentiment why you think Anambarians may not vote APC?
Naturally, considering the policies of the federal government, I don't think it favors a lot of us down here. The economy got shattered immediately they came in 2023. And since that time, nobody has found his feet, except very few. How can you have sympathy or interest in a party that has destroyed the economy, in a party that has destroyed the entire system? And they are priding and praising themselves that they are changing, that the economy is recovering. In what area is Nigerian economy recovering under this APC regime? I can't see it. People are hungry, people are unemployed, business activities are down, and you are priding and shouting that the economy is improving. I don't know how.
But the people, I mean, just if you look over the shoulder of Anambra State on the other side, we'll have Delta government, the entire machinery moving over to the APC, and they said that's the party, you know, to beat in 2027. So if you have people who still believe in the party, I mean, why would Anambra not believe, or Anambarians not believe that they, you know, joining the APC at the federal will be a good thing?
People in government know their interests, why they are joining them. But the masses are not following, are not aligning with them, or, you know. If there is an election in Delta now, presently now, for the presidency,
a Labour Party will sweep the entire Delta State. If there's election in Rivers State, a free and fair election now, Labour Party will sweep over Rivers State. So the leaders joining for their own personal interests, I don't know why they are rushing to APC as if we don't need to have multi-parties again. Probably they want to change Nigeria to one single party system, which will not favor us. But assuming they have interest and what the personal interest to gain from APC, that is their interest. They are not carrying the masses along. You will see what will happen after in 2027 election. All this noise about moving on to APC, you will see will not yield much fruit.
So you know, when the sentiment of APC comes up, you know, it tends to be a multifaceted type of discussions, because again, like it or leave it, the person who is representing the party in the state is an Iberian. I mean, it's not the party. The party is like a vehicle, you know, to moving to somewhere. Like more like you're headed to Abeokuta, and you have to take a bus to get there, right? So, but you know, is it not good to think through to the person who is vying for that position, or vying to using that APC platform to move to, you know, to want to become a governor, rather than talking about the party, what it has done at the federal? Why don't we focus on what the person can do, you know, in the state, and what the person's antecedents has been to?
How many people are enlightened? How many people are educated? How many people are bright enough to think in that direction? It is funny here, like we have regional sectionalism and interest here. Apuga, they believe it's their own party, Igbo party. Labour Party, they believe it's the party that come to change the entire system. So people are the percentage of voters, you know, their level of education. Most of the enlightened people are not even taking part in the election. Some of them will be there watching their television and watching their films, while common people, illiterates, will be in the field. But I don't doubt the idea of a good candidate making an impact in an election. That our people here will always tell you, if he had been in a very good party, he would have won. But that's the truth. This guy is a good guy, but he had been fortunate to be in a good party. Who will vote for him? Not that useless party. It's an environment, especially in the southeastern and south-south. Even in all over Nigeria, the vote according to their sentiments. This man is our brother. Not his potentials and qualifications, but he is our person from our Christian religion. He is our person from our region, and that kind of thing. Nigeria has not grown up to that level to talk about policies and qualifications and that kind of thing. We still consider those ones relevant anyway, but not everybody has such information.
But do you think Ukachukwu has the capacity to educate the people beyond that? Because again, it's just basically like what happened in 2023. You know, everybody just went with the bandwagon, not really looking at the people who are in different parties. I mean, the APC is the government in power, but the government in the states, if the person is good enough, I mean, you cannot say, you know, the party is bad, because you have your own man who is in that party who is trying to also use the paraphernalia of power to, you know, to also serve the people.
Someone people choice to choose between a class of Solu or the class of Ukachukwu to be your son. Which of them will you choose? I will know the level and pedigree of Solu as a professor of economics and his level in public service, business, you know,
want to say a very big thank you to you for your time. We truly appreciate you for your insights as we build up to the 2025 gubernatorial elections. Alex Emeka Ejindu would get back to you, maybe call you again just before that time, so we can speak a little more about the developments as it relates to the gubernatorial elections in November.
Okay, thank you for this privilege.
All right, take care. Take care. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And you too. So we're back after this. To stay with us. This is Signature Morning.
All right, thank you.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Sincerely speaking, I don't think any sensible, honest, sane Nigerian is satisfied with the minimum wage. So what does that tell you? I am not satisfied with the minimum wage. Keep hope alive. That's the reason I can say, but because there's nothing you can do. We are here for it. What is the question of the minimum wage? Some of the minimum wage can actually take care of the financial obligations of the individual staff that we have now in the country. So, what we thank God for after the better than cheating, as the people will say in the palace, obviously have to get promoted so that you can be able to help us bring out our base to come back to Nigeria and Nigerians as well.
Worker with special needs, let's say, people with special needs, they have a particular need that government need to attend to. Government should try to encourage them, by giving them special incentives. Not only with that are in civil service, but also some persons with disability who are not working and have taken a step of going to school. But also the content and granted, that Nigerian government consider us, especially those that are not employed. There are so many pending welfare arrears that government should investigate. We are urging government to the fact that we are happy because of our law. All our pending arrears should be paid with immediate effect so that the job will not just end on workers' day. Let the jobs continue. That is my appeal to the government.
The welfare package is not of Nigerian workers in general. It's nothing to write home about. Look at the minimum wage is livable of 70,000 naira. Work on 70,000 naira time, and that is how it is even in construction industry in Nigeria. So we are calling on the government and even the employers of labor in the construction industry to look into the plight. As you rightly said, the construction workers, they build the nation. And if you want to see how a nation is progressing, how developed a nation is, just look at the construction. a nation where construction is not taking place, it means that they are not making it. So, and not only that, construction is a low-hanging fruit that you can use to tame insecurity. We've been advocating that, we've been talking to government that, look, pump money into construction in Nigeria. Then you see insecurity coming down automatically.
Globally, the world has left the issue of minimum wage. We are now talking on living wage. Even when the ILO Director General came to Nigeria, he was on emphasis that we can no longer be talking minimum wage when globally we have moved from minimum wage to living wage. So in living wage, these indices has to be taken into consideration, and those variables must be a critical factor in redefining and negotiating living wage. Hope is fake. We still want the workers not to lose hope, not to also lose hope on the leadership of the labor union, not to lose hope on themselves, because self-assessment is the most important, and they should also build their capacity to meet up the 21st century workforce. That by so doing will also make them marketable, and they can also be indispensable in times of crisis that affects the labor.
With the new national minimum wage, workers will get value for the service they render. Don't forget, the most valuable resource in any economy is the worker, because it's the worker that creates the wealth. So from that standpoint, you will agree that the worker is significant in nation building. We have argued that it's not even about increasing minimum wage. The devil in the economy is the foreign exchange, because if you check with the international market, nothing has changed absolutely. It's just the value of our naira that has devaluated and continue to devaluate. So if you take naira to the international market at this rate, it will be very difficult for you to buy anything meaningful, which suggests that the government has a responsibility to ensure they control the fluctuation in the naira. That is the only way that Nigerian worker can have value for the minimum wage he earns.
What we should put at the front banner is to see how we can pressurize the government to take steps to stabilize our currency, stabilize naira. There is no any currency, there is no any country anywhere in the world that will just allow their currency to float freely without defending their currency. So we have to take steps to defend our currency. In as much as our currency continue to be, the valuation of our currency continue, we will continue to have, prices of goods and services going up, and the minimum wage will continue to be rendered useless.
To also do everything possible to make sure that we embrace one another and remain steadfast, committed in serving the public and in honesty and courage. So May Day is here, but we have to go beyond everyday celebration. I love a situation where implementation is key. After this year, next year is coming. What did we achieve in 2025? That is for me what a leader should do. Just like the word press freedom, it is a right, not a privilege. The freedom of every journalist is a right, and we have always encountered a whole lot of challenges, harassments, in the field. But what we are trying to say is to create more awareness, is to push further, is to amplify our voice that there is need for press freedom. There is need for everybody. All hands must be on deck, not just journalists. We're talking about at the state level, local government, federal, and everyone who cares to understand that press freedom is non-negotiable.
All right, just continuing on our series on health, we would play a very interesting conversation we'd had on the 1st of this month as it relates to the disease control and immunization. Obina Ndwaguban was my guest on that particular episode. Happy watching. May Day, 1st of May 2025. Happy new month to you and to yours. Hope you're good out there. It's 9:52 in the morning. From wherever you're watching us from, thank you for joining us. We would switch gears to some discussion, especially as it relates to health, immunization and disease infections among children. We have with us live in the studio Dr. Obinna Ndwagubam is a consultant pediatrician. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, our viewers.
Interesting. I mean, when you speak of immunization, you know, a whole lot of persons would feel, well, mostly it's basically about things that's got to do with kids. How much do you know, from your experience, how much of these types of things do you think the Nigerians know about, and how do they react to issues relating to immunization?
Thank you very much, and good morning once more. Well, I think Nigerians know about immunization. I think the basic thing they know, and most people can attest to, is that they know that there are vaccines, or there are jabs or oral medications that are given periodically at what they call immunization centers, which we know have several of them in different parts of the country, and that those medications are administered in order to prevent diseases, infections. And they know, well, most of them are given from childhood, but there are still some that are also given even at adulthood, and for several other reasons, depending on what is available at that time. So basically, yes, a good number of them are given in childhood, but some are also given even beyond childhood. And depending on the situation, we may have an outbreak of a disease for which, depending on the herd immunity, there may be a mop-up for both adults and children. One may have a need to travel out, and as part of the requirements for traveling, you may need to have certain jabs to show that you are protected from certain diseases as you travel out of your country. But basically, what people know mainly are the vaccines that are given in childhood. And I think that's what is the major discussion this morning. Yes, and like I would say, vaccines are, in fact, is the most important intervention that has occurred world over in the world of medicine and health. The advent of vaccines brought about a change, a drastic change in morbidity and mortality, that is deaths and, you know, dysfunctions of parts of the body arising from certain illnesses. And so for diseases that are preventable through vaccination, we label them vaccine preventable diseases. Okay, and a good number of them are what we cover under our national program on immunization. Okay, Nigeria started with the expanded program on immunization in 1979, and then moved on to the national program on immunization, which is what we have. And we have a lot of vaccines with boosters, even at intervals, to help protect children from diseases, a lot of vaccine preventable diseases. And
Absolutely.
Of course, that has brought about a lot of change in the percentage, you know, deaths we used to record before the advent of these vaccines or introduction of these vaccines.
So the national coverage has actually improved?
Yes, it has done. In fact, in ENUGU state, we have over 80% coverage.
Over 80%?
Yes. So, and that is impressive. But again, that's for vaccine preventable diseases. So there are a couple of other diseases that you may not have vaccines for. And again, the presence of vaccine, like many people may not know, doesn't necessarily mean that those diseases may not occur. But their chances of occurring is a lot reduced. And the severity of those diseases, when they occur in people that are vaccinated, are usually milder.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the thing. And then when a large population of the people are immunized against the disease, it also offers some protection to the smaller percentage of people that are not immunized. That's what we call herd immunity. When you have about 85% of the population already immunized against a disease, that remaining 15% that have not received the vaccine, for some reasons or the other, also have some shared protection. That's what we call community immunity or the herd immunity. Okay. Now, it's good for us to mention at this point that vaccination doesn't necessarily mean immunity. That I'm vaccinated means I've received a jab against a disease. I've received a vaccine, be it a jab, be it introduction through the mouth. I've received a vaccine. That's vaccination. But whether the vaccine I received is able to offer protection, that's what immunity is. That's immunization now. So some instances, people use these two words interchangeably as if they are the same. They're not necessarily the same. So receiving a vaccine is vaccination. Having sufficient protection from that vaccine is immunization. So it's expected that by being vaccinated, you should get immunized.
Yeah.
Okay, but there are certain things that may account for being vaccinated and not being immunized, or the percentage immunity that you may have from a vaccine. Okay, that is why some vaccines have what we call booster doses. You have periodic administrations of those doses of the same vaccine at intervals. That is a way of increasing your percentage protection against that disease. Okay, and it's very important. So some people may have a vaccine that you're supposed to have 5 doses. Take, for example, tetanus vaccine, what we call the tetanus toxoid. Okay, if a mother that is pregnant is supposed to receive 5 doses and she receives only 1, she only has a small percentage, about 50%. By the time she receives about 3 to 4 doses, she comes to about 90%, 95%. And then at the 5th dose, she has about 95% protection. So you may have a mother that may receive the first dose and subsequent doses she does not. And then when you now ask, I say, I received the first, my tetanus toxoid. You understand? But it doesn't mean that she has obtained the maximum protection, that's the immunity, that she would have obtained from that particular vaccine. And so she's at increased risk if she's exposed to that particular organism of coming down with tetanus. And that's why it's important that in as much as people know about vaccines, people avail themselves of them, even though we have people that have issues, we have myths, what to call myths, wrong impressions that people have contrived against vaccines. Okay, so apart from receiving that vaccine, you must complete the recommended dose, have booster doses so that you can have that sustained protection. Okay, otherwise the tendency to still come down with that disease is high. But world over, with the advent of vaccines and the miracles they are doing, a lot of our children that would have died before their first 5 years of life, okay, or before their first 2 years of life, a good number of them, much large percentage of them are saved. And that's why the picture is a lot different.
Right. Well, can you talk us through the immunization processes or the dosages that a kid should take between when they were born and 5?
Okay. Now, the timings, these are things we teach in medical school. At birth, a child should receive the BCG. That is the Bacillus calmette-guerin. That's against tuberculosis. And that one is preferably given within the first 3 days of life. Okay, along with the 0 dose of hepatitis B. Okay, and then the OPV 0, that is oral polio vaccine. That is at birth. Then at 6 weeks, the child will receive the oral polio vaccine 1. Okay, and then what we call the Penta. Okay, the Penta contains 5 vaccines. Okay, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis B, and then the Haemophilus influenza. Okay, so it comes in one package, 5 vaccines in one. It makes for ease of administration, compliance. Okay, and then the person also receives the rotavirus vaccine. Okay, now because rotavirus is still being paid for, to some extent, not everybody receives. Okay, it's not part of the free vaccines that people are accustomed to. Okay, then at 10 weeks, the person will also receive oral polio 2, Penta 2, okay, and then the hepatitis B vaccine. Then at 14 weeks, he receives exactly the same thing at 10 weeks, and then what we call the IPV, okay, inactivated polio vaccine. Even though he still receives the oral polio, it still also receives the inactivated polio vaccine. Okay, then at 6 months, the child will receive vitamin A. Okay, a good number of them may not come for that vitamin A because even though vitamin A is not a vaccine, It's so important that it is added into the immunization schedule because of the importance of vitamin A for the child. The eyes, the inner lining of the gut, the skin, and general body function. So vitamin A is so important, and there is a very high percentage of vitamin A deficiency, severe vitamin A deficiency in Nigeria and in Africa. In some cases, reaching up to 25% or more, and that is quite worrisome. Okay, so you have issues with vitamin A, night blindness, and what have you. So vitamin A is so important, even though it's not a vaccine, that is included in the immunization schedule. Then after the 6 weeks, at 9 weeks, the child will receive what we call meningitis vaccine, okay, along with the yellow fever vaccine at 9 months, okay, and then at 1 year, the child will also receive second dose of vitamin A. Then at 15 months, the child will receive the second dose of measles. Sorry, at 9 months, meningitis, yellow fever, and measles, okay, and then at 15 months, the second dose of measles, what we call the measles conjugate vaccine. Okay, so thereafter, a child is expected to receive vitamin A every 6 months till the child is 5 years. Okay, unfortunately, this is not covered under the MPI per se, but this is part of the World Health Organization's recommendation for vitamin A supplementation in children. Okay, so in our own, yes, in our cards and in the immunization center, they account largely for the first and second doses of vitamin A at 6 months and 12 months. The subsequent doses that should come every 6 months till the child is 5 years will now come either when they are doing their MNCH week, maternal, newborn, and child health week, which is done twice a year. Okay, that represents that 6 monthly subsequent doses till 5 years. But the problem that many of us have observed and are still challenging is that a good number of children may not actually be covered within that period, that week. Okay, and a lot of resources that are deployed in trying to have that reach out as against children coming to the immunization center to receive those vaccines, get assessed, check their weight, check their growth, know if there are challenges in that child that are observed, make appropriate referrals. So we advocate that such subsequent doses of vitamin A are better if they are given in the immunization center. Yes, we know the challenges are there with respect to funding, transportation to those centers as often as it should. But if you look at it on the long run, it's in the best interest of that child, because there are a lot of things that the mothers may not appreciate, which such visits will pick, and then flag them if it's beyond what the immunization center can handle. Nutritional challenges, growth challenges, overt illnesses that may require referral. Okay, so apart from the vitamin A that is given 6 months to 5 years, we also talk about the herpes virus vaccine, which is given at 9 years and 14 years for the female. And we know that it is a very happy human papilloma virus vaccine, and you know it's very important for preventing cervical cancer, which is a leading cause of death among our women in Africa. Okay, it's one of the things that the single most important factor that has been found to help prevent against cervical cancer in our mothers. So we advise our mothers, our mothers and our parents to avail their children of these vaccines, which will help reduce the chances of coming down with these vaccine preventable diseases, and very importantly, also protect them from infections generally, like the vitamin A, and then HPV that protect the child from coming down with cervical cancer later in life.
Right. I mean, I'm sure you are conversant with vaccine hesitancy, fueled mostly by misinformation and some cultural practices. How has that affected the level of immunization across board?
Well, it's been a constant battle. People construe all manners of things, they spread it out, and of course in this world of social media and a lot of avenues to spread information, such information can actually go very far. Okay, and it gives a heavy blow to the general immunization campaign. Okay, as advocates in ENUGU State, immunization champion in ENUGU State, under the Political Association of Nigeria, a lot of advocacy is on. Okay, and then the immunization program in the state and in the country, actually at national level, there's a lot of advocacy going on, so that people can actually get the right information, seeking them through the right channels. I'm not picking information from, roadside people that give information that don't have any scientific backing, okay, and don't have any substance, behind that, no proofs, no evidences. So a lot of effort. So these things, yes, they affect the program because those the uneducated, the less, exposed in the rural areas, they may pick some of these wrong information and go with it. It may make them to run away from vaccines. They may incidentally now have someone that had maybe a reaction, or 1 in a million that may have had a serious side effect from the vaccine, and they pick it up. They forget that there is nothing that doesn't have any. Even vitamin C has side effects. When you lick a lot of vitamin C, you have some, cuts on your throat and so on and so forth. Okay, so the vaccines are not to say that they are completely, trouble-free. But if anybody has, most of the things you may have in vaccines, if at all, are minor complaints. Oh, fever. A child becomes restless and crying following, penta, because of the pertussis component. Okay, a child has a swelling at the site of the vaccine. Rarely do you talk about more serious things like convulsion, okay, going into shock following the vaccine, what we call anaphylactic reaction. Okay, and so very rarely, less than 0.05% will have that. Okay, and we now look at those things, just oppose them with the huge, undeniable positive effects of the vaccine and its protection, then you realize that they are incomparable. There are no basis for comparison. Okay, so people are always encouraged to seek information, right information from their health care professionals, from their doctors, from their nurses, rather than hearing from people by the side, neighbors and so on, people that have warped ideas about vaccine, because there are a lot of myths,
right?
And these are actually wrong information being passed. And some of these things are passed not necessarily that the person has a bad motive, an ulterior motive, but because the person that is fielding or spreading information is actually uninformed. So the person is passing information from an angle of ignorance. Okay, on some occasions it may actually be a kind of disinformation. Okay, because there is misinformation and disinformation, whereby the person is actually doing that with the aim of causing harm to the recipients of such wrong information. So such both sides occur, passing wrong information unknowingly and passing wrong information with the purpose of, harming the recipients or denying them what is or should actually have been helpful to them. So all these are known, and huge efforts are being made to ensure that people have the right information, can source the right information, can approach the healthcare workers and be availed of the right information, and that they practice what is in the best interest of their child or what.
Right. Do you think insecurity in faraway northern Nigeria stop immunization or hamper the success of immunization in those parts?
Thank you very much. Yes, insecurity remains a big issue, and we can't run away from it. With insecurity, the facilities that are existent in those areas will not be able to function because they are run by humans. Okay, they need to protect themselves as well. Even those that will access those facilities will not be comfortable, safeguard themselves first. Okay, and then even when you try to reach out to those areas beyond just using the immunization posts and centers, it's still an issue because with insecurity, access brings an issue. Okay, so it's a huge problem when it comes to the coverage of immunization. But you see a lot of health workers that still go out of their way, out of passion for what they believe in, trying to see how they can break some of these barriers. But whether it's the problem, it is a very big challenge. And beyond insecurity, there are other issues, level of education and exposure, okay? Social and cultural beliefs, okay, that are not in tandem with scientific proven knowledge and practice. All these things hamper what people do. We talked about access. It could even be the access road, okay? Being able to actually get to these remote areas because they are virtually, the roads are not accessible, okay? They don't have a means of movement, okay? Or even how to preserve these vaccines in very remote areas where they don't have power and so on and so forth. These are a lot of challenges. So, but be that as it may, effort is being made to see that as much as possible, these people are reached. Okay, but like you mentioned, health cannot improve in isolation. All these sectors have to improve together. We cannot have a natural health system that is growing and doing well. The absence of security, the absence of good road network, okay, potable water, good governance, okay, if there is poverty, malnutrition. So all these things, they work together. Okay, there is what they call intersectoral collaboration. We have the ministries and departments or the sectors coming together to achieve that overall welfare and well-being of the individual. So it's a big issue, and the immunization program at the national and state levels try to see what they can do. There are no states without areas, pockets of areas where there are some level of insecurity. Okay, and it remains an issue trying to overcome the challenges that it poses.
What for you is the role of healthcare practitioners and facilitators in making sure that this kind of information get through to those in the rural areas?
Very important. Yes, it's an unending, effort. It's just like a battle between what is right and what isn't. Okay, trying to make sure that people have the right information, have access to what is. So just like in ENUGU State, we have immunization champions under the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, and there is the same in most other states. Okay, so in every opportunity they have in social media, be it WhatsApp, be it Facebook, whatever social media accounts they have, they advance information on immunization. Okay, they make sure they create awareness about what is available, where you can access them. Okay, and then they also they answer people's questions, not from the angle of what they think, but from what is the authentic information that is verifiable. Okay, at the rural areas, local governments, ward levels, we have all manners of things that we have in place. Okay, we have immunization officers that try to do outreaches. They try to reach out. So they don't wait for these persons to come to the immunization center alone. They also try to reach out to them. They use town criers. They use the religious leaders in the communities to create awareness. Okay, they use the traditional rulers. They use the president generals of town unions and other key influencers, opinion leaders in the community to advance the correct information, to make people to know what should be, to make people come out, okay, and access the available facilities. So it's a very robust, it's a very well coordinated process, complex as it may be, but it's a well coordinated activity that tries to reach out to the rural areas and see that people are aware and access this. And we'll talk to mothers at different levels, August meeting, church women organization groups, okay, even in churches. Health workers are advised to do what? To give health talk in churches. Then at the health centers in the rural, in the PACs and in the villages, the nurses and health workers, they also give health talk on general matters, including immunization. And we encourage that as you go home, don't just keep the information to yourself. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to the other person next to you who may not have an opportunity to be part of that information dissemination, so that they know. Okay, and if they have issues, this is where they can come to. They have questions so that those things are clarified. So it's a very big thing, but a lot of challenges a lot of things are making people find it more difficult to even access right information. When a woman cannot even feed her children and she has to transport to the nearest health facility, it becomes an issue. Okay, and so many other things. So the poverty index is worrisome. The degree of malnutrition is alarming. Okay, and all these things are rubbing negatively on the efforts being made in creating that access to vaccines, which will now lead to immunization that we all desire. So these are issues.
Most parents don't fully immunize their kids. They immunize their kids. They know the basic ones, but they don't fully immunize. I'm sure that some persons, it's the first time they're hearing they have to immunize up until 5. For the one you mentioned, every 6 months up until 5. What are the dangers of not fully immunizing a child?
Well, just like I've mentioned, the other danger there is that child may not have optimal protection from that disease which the vaccine would have offered optimal protection for.
Okay.
That is one clear danger there. And then what it means is that that child whom the mother thinks may be protected from a particular disease is obviously not protected. And that child can come down. A good example is tuberculosis. Okay? You still have children that still come down with tuberculosis, particularly with malnutrition, okay, with immunosuppression from maybe picking up HIV or other immunosuppressive illnesses, okay, malnutrition, living in certain conditions that are, not good, overcrowded environment, places that are not well ventilated, living in the midst of people adults that are already having TB and are coughing, openly. All those things will expose the child to tuberculosis. So it's very obvious. If a mother starts a vaccination for a particular disease, against a particular disease, it is advisable to complete that vaccine in line with the schedule. And that is why when you come and receive a vaccine, you are told when to come back. Every mother is informed when to come back. Now the only problem we have is that we don't have an established process whereby a mother that hasn't come when he or she should, or expect you to come back in a month's time, say 1st of June 2025, having given you a vaccine today, and by 1st of June 2025 you've not come, we don't have really that process where a health worker will call the mother and say, Mrs. Okeke Okafor, you were supposed to come back today, we've not seen you. What happened? So that follow-up process is not there. And those things also come with a lot of costs.
Right.
Okay, and we don't also have active processes of driving and getting these people to access these vaccines. So these are the loopholes that are there. In other parts of the world, those calls are made. Because they are advocates for the child. So as a mother, you don't just deny a child what is actually her due for some freezing reasons. They will access you and the child will be given that opportunity to get immunized.
Dr. Obinna Uduagba, many thanks for your time. Thank you for your insights on this particular topic. I mean, it's your environment, it's your turf. I wish I could ask a little more questions, but I'm sure that we're going to leave this for some other time again. Many thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me, and thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
ENUGU has struggled with water scarcity, particularly in urban areas. Despite its natural resources, the state's mountainous terrain and aging infrastructure have contributed to the challenge. This has led to residents in some areas resulting to using unreliable and potentially contaminated water sources, highlighting the need for improved access to clean and safe water. Governor Peter Mbah campaigned on providing access to potable water within his first 180 days in office, a promise that resonates with citizens who had long struggled with inconsistent water supply. While the government's efforts have led to increased water production, residents expressed concern that many homes still lack access to piped water, while some areas experience irregular water flow, undermining the promise of reliable water.
Thanking you for the promises you make and you fulfill it by giving ENUGU people water. But the one he keep in our area, well, he's trying, but the tap is not rushing well.
People have been complaining that at least as since I've started doing it, they're supposed to do it in a way people will enjoy it. It doesn't rush every day, and when it starts rushing, it doesn't rush fast.
Of the water that he provided, some parts is not rushing for now, but we are benefiting from it. I wish the government should still try hard to make it available every now and then for other people to also benefit from it.
Director of Corporate Communications at ENUGU State Water Corporation, Romanus Anike, attributed the inconsistency in water supply, particularly in the urban metropolis, to vandalism of water infrastructure.
The governor is aware that some people cannot afford water now. That is why, for the interim, he decided to have water garages. And these water garages will serve the poor people within the area that cannot afford water connection now. Then, but the problem we have is that these water garages have been vandalized.
In an interview with the Commissioner for Water Resources, Felix Nnamani, he outlined the government's achievement to boost water production. These achievements he attributed to the re-equipping of functional boreholes at the 9th Mile ultra-modern water facilities and the rehabilitation of the augmentation station, which was previously damaged by erosion in Oji River.
ENUGU is generating 120 million liters of water, which is more than enough for what we need within the metropolis for our consumption and for our use. Be that as it is, I could say that production is done right. Transmission is also, done up to 70%. You know that the original transmission line that we had from the 9 miles to the twin tank at the Milk and Hill can only take up to 60 to 70 million liters. So we're not able to convey all the waters already produced. But be that as it is, a second, His Excellency has approved and then awarded contracts to TLD to do a second transmission line to enable us now convey the 120 million liters to ENUGU for our consumption and for our use.
As the government works towards ensuring accessible water supply in ENUGU State, residents remain hopeful that their plight will be addressed in due time, bringing relief to those affected by current water challenges. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be really introduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce, because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things. And something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria?
Like now, I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30k. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuits, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 one is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 17 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes, because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building, and all this, like it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. Today we're going to be talking about the rising rate of poverty among rural dwellers, and we have with us an economist and a policy scholar, Dr. Stanislaus Ukeje. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good day.
All right. I mean, there's a whole lot that I've spoken about poverty in the rural areas. You know, specifically giving what we are facing. If you look at the statistics, it's really not looking good. Right from 2015 up until this moment, I mean, we've always had a dwindling issue regarding poverty. In 2027, in fact, according to the World Bank, they're saying that more Nigerians would, be poor by 2027. So you wonder what is really causing poverty in the rural areas.
Well, in science, in physics, it says that matter is indestructible. It can change form, but it remains the same. In the same manner, the resources available in the world are finite. As population grows, what is available per person diminishes. That is why, like Jesus said, there will always be poor people around you. Poverty is, I wouldn't say it is created, but it's something of the mind. What are the things that a human being requires? Basically, food to be able to live, clothing to cover, to keep warm, shelter from the elements. It does appear to me that the concept of poverty that is widely advertised is in relation to extravagance. You know, everybody, why should the Queen of England live in Buckingham Palace while other people live in a tin house? That Buckingham Palace, it cannot be available to everybody. But you may say, why? If it's not available to everybody, let everybody stay in a shed. Well, it becomes a matter of power. So, what we should be aiming at is protection from lack of these basics: sufficient food, adequate clothing, adequate shelter. You know, when you have a fort is like a defensive building. You build it to defend maybe a commander, to defend the equipment for the defense of the community. But if you build a fort for somebody who has no property, it's a waste. But again, who will want to hear it? So the existence of poverty is like a foretold occurrence. Is a foretold occurrence. It's not exactly, but we need to define it properly to be able to appreciate what poverty is, because we may be taking other people's definition of poverty. People of my age, when we were young, what people call poverty now was standard.
Really?
Yeah, because we went to school, we didn't wear shoes. And it was not like you are going from Richard Street to Rudy Road. Some of us went to school on, sandy road. That's about 2 kilometers from where we were living. So you felt the hotness of the road. But there was no other way. We had only one pupil whose father was, I think, health officer. They used to bring her with a car. But people didn't mind. We could just see the car stop, drop her, come and pick her. But the majority, even the teachers, some of them came on foot. There are a few who had a bicycle. So, if we go to the Bible, it says contentment, godliness with contentment is great gain. Nobody, the surplus that some people have cannot be available to everybody.
But then the level today, we were talking $2.5. It used to be $1 or 1.5.
Say that again.
The how it is rated, how poverty is rated right now, beyond what you have said about shelter, clothing, and food, that you would have to be able to feed for at least $2.5 in a day. That most Nigerians live below $2.5 in a day, and because of that, they are actually poor. Now, if you look at the standard of poverty across rural areas in Nigeria, one would have thought that because they are very close to fertile lands, and agriculture plays a huge role, when it comes to, poverty. A country would survive mostly on the agricultural produce, the exports, and the production from their soil. So you would think that because they're close to arable lands, it's easy for them to cultivate crops and then feed themselves. Why do you think that there is still poverty in rural areas, in places where, those lands are fertile and people there are not using the opportunity that they have around them?
Well, there are segmentation of needs. When children are infants, and I'm not trying to, categorize poverty. When children are infants, they are expected to have some level of nutrition so that they don't become stunted. For you now, like I can see you're tall. If maybe it's genetic, your parents may be tall. But if in spite of that, if you were not properly fed at infancy, you will not attain the heights you have attained. So many people you see that are very short is because they did not eat adequate nutrition when they were infants. When you are a youth, a teenager, you're in secondary school, there are some level of calories you require to be able to make the effort required to play, to read, to walk. When you become a young adult, you may no longer require that type of food. You require just adequate. This is to place what is required or what is needed. But many people don't know it, and the government itself or the public sector doesn't appear to make provision to ensure that people at different levels of their life have adequate nutrition. Like very old people, what they require is geriatric medicine, the medicine for the old. But you go to the hospital, you don't find it. I think there is only one clinic in Nigeria, in the University College Hospital in Ibadan. And it was donated by late Tony Anene. He gave money to build a geriatric clinic where you attend to old people who have arthritis, who have this, is special medicine to give them relief in their old age. When you go to pediatric hospitals, there are, scales for weighing children to know whether their weight is adequate for their age and height. And then things are recommended. But if you recommend food and there is no food, what will people do? So, knowledge is also important. If everybody has that knowledge, and that's why when people talk about education and say government is constructing schools, you can construct a school, but there is no learning going on there. There are certain knowledge that should be available to people. That's why you find UNICEF and some of these bodies talking about adequate breastfeeding for infants. What they should eat, allow them to play, give them clean water, so that they can grow. When people are at a young age, what they should be doing. Allow them to play, allow them to run around, eat well, but not too much. But you find that those who eat well in Nigeria are people who have overgrown the need to eat. So we develop a big stomach, big waist. Sometimes it is a carryover of hunger. What we didn't eat when we were young is what we are eating now, and at the same time depriving young people of food. So the same thing with clothing. You may find St. Michael's, all kinds of carving, selling all kinds of dresses. Stars appear, every day they appear, they wear a new dress. Every day they appear, they wear a new dress. Some of them give away those dresses after using them, maybe for concert. But for some of us, if you go to our homes, you see piles and piles of dress.
Okay, do you think that we should describe our own states of poverty as against what the World Bank is saying about the fact that it must have to be $2.5 per day?
You know that human beings work together. You may discover that in the urban areas, you may see a beggar, and you give him some money. It doesn't cost you much. But in the rural areas, you will not have that. Everybody appear to be at the same level or struggling. So maybe if you go to people's homes, they may give you food if they have. You share it with them. So you will find that the poverty appears to have a domicile in communities that lack so much. In communities where there are plenty, you'll find people, they will come to Signature TV. So we want to give money to children, we want to give them food, come with your camera to cover us. You go, you cover them, they give. Another group of people see what Signature TV have covered, they will come and say, we want to go to a girls' school, to give them sanitary pads, to give them this, to give them that. But those things are not available in the rural areas. So that's why you find a classification in which rural poverty is higher than urban poverty. It doesn't mean that poverty in the urban areas is a good. It's only that is here it is domicile. Here you may find a variety of people, rich, poor, this. So even housing, you go to the rural areas, some people who have enough housing, they don't live there. They lock it up. Those who don't have houses, just stay around in shelter. But why you find these reports about poverty is that fiscal policy ought to modify asset holding. Fiscal policy ought to modify asset holding. In the US, you may find somebody who has a house. When the mortgage or the tax on the housing is high, he will give up the house and rent. When the situation changes, he also goes back to engage in a mortgage. But here we don't have that kind of situation. Although we have taxation, but sometimes it's aggressive and penalty without consequences or without direction. So let's say Signature TV adopts a school in this neighborhood and says, okay, we're going to appoint a cleaner, we will get you a water dispenser. For that expenditure, the government should give you tax relief completely. In other words, that amount you have spent on that school will be non-taxable. In fact, if the things are done properly, government will match what you have done. If you spend 1 million on that school for cleaning, supply of clean water, employment of a health superintendent, the government will give you an additional 1 million to make sure that you upgrade what you are doing. That is fiscal policy. But the more you see, maybe you have very smooth highways in the cities. When you go to that smooth highway, you will see my 20-year-old car. Any new car, or most new cars you see on the road belong to government and government-related people. So the expenditure is on the consumption of government and its allies, while the people are left. And as people aspire to live like those in government, they leave the little things they can do to help themselves, because they think that planting a mango, waiting for it to ripe, selling it, will not enable them to buy a Prado Jeep. But everybody can be riding Prado Jeep. If you eat well, ride a bicycle if you can, walk if you have the strength, it's okay. That's why I'm saying that the perception of poverty is also a problem. But the signal from government is also not good. Because people in government are servants. I can't imagine you employing a servant who drives Prado from your money. You ask him that there should be a divorce.
Indeed. But there's policies that government can embark upon in order to stem the tide of poverty, because it's not even looking good. It hasn't looked good in the last 10 years. And the report also stated that by 2027, Nigerians will be poorer. So are there specific things that this government can do, or even individuals on their own, that they can do in order to stem the tide of slipping into poverty? Because these days, in fact, they say we don't even have a middle class. It's either you're rich or you are poor.
I talked about fiscal policy. There are things that government can do. If government changes its own behavior, its own consumption behavior, it will free resources. You can have, maybe the government has a presidential lodge at Nsukka, presidential lodge at Abani, presidential lodge at Ojiriba. How many presidents do we have in the country? Those houses or those lodges become a hiding place for operators in government. If you cut off those things, you will free money. If they also lower their own consumption, it will free money. Then, if they assist people who are in active work to produce better, let's take Signature Television, for instance. Assuming that the government sees what you do and says, okay, we want you to install a free-to-air transmitter in ENUGU. You say, well, we can't afford it. He said, no problem. We are going to give it to you. All what we demand from you is that 4 hours every day, you will do health education, general health education, telling people to screen for cancer, screen for hepatitis, screen for malaria regularly. Maybe the cost of producing the graphics will be yours, but the transmitter will be your own. Any advertisement you earn, advertising income you earn on that transmitter, you can keep it. It's tax-free, but do it. That's a help.
Absolutely.
If there are communication students who are asked to come to your place to learn how to do interviews, how to work, how to manage, and the government pays them a stipend, so that you carry them on without carrying additional cost.
Yeah.
Let's say the government wants to build roads in a city. It spends 6 months. You go to the geography department of the state university and say, look, we want to do a survey of this city to know the lowest point, the highest point, so that when we build our roads, we will be directing the water flow to that lowest point, and then what to use the water for. But they don't do it. It may take a longer time to build, but it will last. In other words, you engage the people more. Because if you engage the geography department in survey, many people will want to study geography. But if you leave them there, people will say, what are you studying geography? What for? You want to create local government, you want to create districts, you ask the Department of History and Anthropology to tell you how people are related. They do the study and come out and tell you that you see this community here and this community here, they are related, but they moved apart over something. That if you don't put them together, they will be pulling together, and therefore be disrupting any community you put them in. So engaging people in meaningful work and making their talents pay is a means of reducing poverty. A means of reducing poverty. You know, the food we eat, which our people can produce, akede, achicha, abacha. When you go to government banquets, you don't see it. We import Versace rice. In other words, you undervalue our own output and overvalue the output of other people. That is how to get things done. If government is going to be using a type of vehicle, you make it a policy that this vehicle will be used continuously for the next 20 years, and therefore the manufacturer should come, set up a plant, train mechanics, and we continue to use it. But if you make a pious governor, he uses Mercedes. When Stan becomes governor, he uses BMW. You know, the whole place is littered with vehicles that are not used. That's not how economies grow. Singapore, Iran, they didn't behave that way, and that's why they are where they are today. So there are too much of personal desire being projected as public policy by people in government, and there is no control.
Do you think that we can deploy technology in solving poverty issues, and how do you think we can do that?
Oh, certainly. Like I use the word aspiration. You know, if you watch young children around you, they will tend to imitate you. If you always touch your beards, even those little children who have no beards, they will be doing like this. They will say, when I grow up, I'll be like Charles. So, we are imitators. God has finished creation. Human beings imitate those who are, visible. In the 1990s, the World Bank introduced a program they called Poverty Reduction Strategy to guide government. And they said, before we can give you support, you should prepare a poverty reduction strategy paper. We will look at it and see where we can help you. But what you will find is glamour. Government is building a Tower of Babel, painting this. Those things attract people from useful work to become onlookers. Kaije Krianya. And I see Kako say, Kiaga, where je, what I hear, Yaje Bawa. He was a full demand in the man of Ghana. Somebody a borrow Timbu, or Timbu, and it's something. And the eating is not productive, it's just consumptive. They redistribute the income. And those people who manage to get money through being sycophants, what they do is to try to consume like the people who give them the money. They go and buy a used car, paint it, put horn, move around. Before you know it, if their sponsor disappears, they themselves will crash. In our homes, we try to avoid poverty. If maybe my father had 20 children, I'll try to have 3 or 2. Because I knew that maybe when we were 20, many people were sleeping on the corridor. Some people will go to other people's house to sleep, so to find accommodation. You don't repeat it, but it is for the government to enable people to find the means of livelihood. Another way of reducing poverty is to create forum for volunteers. In this ENUGU, for instance, there are hundreds of medical doctors who have retired from formal work. But those people can do a lot of good if they are given opportunity to volunteer. They can look at, say, Queen School and say, this Queen School, the standard there is high. You recruit the best students to go to Queen's. You recruit the best students to go to Okonalo Girls or, such schools. We will go there to give them school health talk and attention. Don't pay me. Just provide cotton wool, water, disinfectants. When I come, I ask the children to open their mouths, look into it, see their teeth. Maybe I'll come once a week. A lot of poverty will be reduced because when children are ill in school, the schools send them home to go to their parents for treatment when they may not have money. There are volunteers who can do so many things. So volunteerism is good. When people volunteer, you help them, you honor them, you protect them. That's why you find Bill Gates being talked about all over the world, because he's volunteering. It was volunteers that reduced the incidence of tapeworm in Ebonyi. It was sponsored by Jimmy Carter. So a lot of things there are people who can volunteer to be teachers in school. A lot of good people who are brilliant in mathematics. They are retired or they don't have a job. But you give them a volunteer system, then it will begin to work. I think when Meko Merwa was governor of Old Anambra State, there was a volunteer service scheme. People came, volunteered to do certain things for government or for the public. Chief Ndukaya, he was a volunteer road safety man, and everybody knew him as a volunteer, and he did it very well. He did it enthusiastically. In the past, there used to be volunteer policemen. They call them police Eliza. They come in the evening, they control traffic and free the proper policemen to do crime fighting.
Right. Again, we have seen a lot of these poverty alleviation programs over the years. I mean, I can't remember the amount of times we've had different governments come in and they bring out certain programs to alleviate poverty. One would have thought that by now, if that program were to be used to take people out of poverty, the numbers would have been reducing, but it does look like the number is going the other way around. I'm just thinking, really, do you think those poverty alleviation programs, did any good to us?
I think it's a misnomer to call what the government does poverty alleviation program, because a program should last for a long time. What they do is photo opportunity for poverty alleviation projects. You get thousands of grinding machines to distribute to people. What are they going to grind?
Tomatoes.
Where is the fuel to run the grinding machine? You meet people at their point of their need. At the point of their need. A young person who is strong, you give the person a motorcycle to be running motorcycle transport. You are taking him away from agriculture. You are taking him away from a lot of things. Sometimes you expose them to drug use because they meet hard people on the road and adopt their ways. What you need to do is to meet people at their point of need. Let us say that you go to an area. In the past, almost all the okra consumed in the what you may call the southeast now was grown along the corridor from Uboka to an area up to Otankpa and Umahi. But now we bring the okra from Bauchi and Gombe. There can be no better poverty alleviation program than returning to those places and giving them seedlings, guaranteeing prices, providing adequate transport and routes for their business. You get what I mean? Those things that people do, like people who make earthenware from Oha, from Ini, it is the same thing that brings this. It is only the level of firing. If you meet the people at their point of their work and say, yes, earthen pots. Now, the earthen pot is no longer fashionable, but it can be good for decoration. But can you move into this level of production, plates, drinking cups? What you need is a kiln to fire it. You need this for coloring. Everybody should know how. It cannot be one person, one kiln. We are going to build a kiln in your community. We will get somebody from IMT or GTC who is a manager of the kiln. In the first 4 years, nobody will pay anything. Just come and use the kiln. The government will pay. After 4 years, we will evaluate your performance and say, okay, you will start owning it. You now own it and pay the manager. You have changed their lifestyle. The same thing with maybe clothes making. You look at people, they are wearing rags, but they are tailors, but they can't find enough work to do because the textile is expensive. You build a textile village or a tailoring village and say, okay, we are going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4 equipment. It is by division of labor that you increase output. You should not try to be a bespoke tailor that you cut, you sew, you need everything. No. We want to, if you want to specialize in buttonholing, that's what you will do. So we will give you enough job. You want to be cutting, okay, you want to cut collar, you want to cut cuffs, you will learn that job. A student who is a full-time student can take time out every week to go and do cutting for shirts, cut for sleeves. Then you even stimulate students to go around the city and take measurement of people. That is why sometimes when we buy shirts made maybe abroad, it doesn't fit us because our structure is different from their structure. But there's no statistics. No one person can collect that statistics, but government can do it and say on the average 40-year-old men in Nigeria are of this arm length, leg length, middle length or middle size. When you go to that yellow pages, you see it, and then you produce dresses that will fit most people. You get what I mean?
Yes, I
so the infrastructure for production is not only road and building. There are soft infrastructure, data, and if you spend time, if government spends effort in public health, educating people how to prevent malaria, prevent typhoid, then the medical doctors will not be running away. If you go to other countries, a medical doctor may come to his clinic and see maybe 10 people in a day. So he has time to read journals, take statistics, write reports, feel a sense of himself. But when you come to work in the morning and you see 2,000 people waiting for one doctor, even the doctor himself will become ill. And when the doctor is ill, then the whole community is ill.
Right. Do you think poverty is used as a weapon by the political class in order to perpetuate themselves in power?
Yeah, it perpetuates itself when the circle is not broken. Like I told you, you see around the ENUGU now, anywhere you see manual labor, it's mostly people from the north.
Manual labor?
It's the contractors that hire them, road digging, because maybe they don't bargain for higher pay.
Okay.
The state government will give somebody a job, then he hires people from the north. Because if you go to artisans, you will see many of them. These are children from poor homes, because in most of their communities, it is not expected that a girl will reach the age of puberty in her father's house. So in their villages, once a girl is nearing puberty, she's married away. She has maybe 1, 2, 3 children. Another girl gets to puberty, they divorce that one, and then the children grow up, either going to religious school, and then they find their way. It is actually the people you see here, the honest people, are helped by their friends who are maybe trailer drivers. They bring them down here free. Some of them bring their friends who are handicapped and station them in places to beg. These are what the Ministry of Social Development should be doing. But now people export their friends from their villages to strange places. You come to the middle of a highway, you see some people who are disabled. It's their friends that bring them in the morning and come to collect them in the evening. Sometimes they collect tax from them. They pay them, or they get a pay for bringing them and taking them back. But the cycle, the source of the production of this surplus population has not been broken, because you will find that maybe in the southwest and the southeast, most girls and boys go to school and they don't leave school till about age 25. That means delayed fertility, and that delayed fertility means reduction in the rate of growth of population. Where people do not go to school, especially girls, the fertility rate is high. The average girl maybe has 4 children, average. In places where girls go to school, the average girl may have 1, 2. Some may say they don't want to get even married, or they want to get married, they don't want a child, because they want to be career people. So the source of the injection in the national poverty picture has not been broken. But when you talk about it, they say you are challenging tradition. So the solution may be restructuring. If you want a high population, yes, have it and keep it for yourself and fend for it. But This distribution of poverty around the country is it creates lack of it creates insecurity. Because if you don't have money and you are passing by a traffic junction and people are begging you and you look away, you look like you are wicked. And in their eyes, they think that you are okay because you are able, they are not able. But they don't know that you don't have money in your pocket. It's just like, you know, given the cost of petrol now. Many people have very little fuel in their car. When they are driving and you are greeting them, they are looking at the gauge instead of looking at you. So you say, oh, the man ignored me. But the man is in panic. Although he's driving a car, but he's in panic because he doesn't have enough fuel.
So in answering this question regarding whether you feel that the government is culpable when it comes to poverty in Nigeria, do you think that it is deliberate?
I think it's a... So do you think
it is deliberate to keep the people poor?
No, it's ignorance.
Ignorance on the part of the government. They don't know how to go about it.
And the people are affected too. Ignorance. Because it's not like, how will I say it? If we have a ship, a large ship, the captain and the chief engineer, whatever they want, they scrap it from the, maybe it's wooden, they need wood, they cut some from the body of the ship and use it to roast a chicken. They keep doing it, but they are weakening the ship. It's ignorance. Like I said, if people were knowledgeable, you will be content with just not too much. If you reduce your if the people who are well off reduce their consumption and save, that saving will be available for investment. And that investment will provide employment for the unemployed. If those who have skill volunteer, that their volunteerism will help people. If those who have sufficient make donation and their donation is recognized, not that you donate money to your church, donate to your town union, donate to your family, and still you are asked to pay income tax on all the things you have acquired, then it doesn't make sense. And taxation should not be punitive. Sometimes, I think last year or 2 years ago, there was a report of some Nigerians who were keeping money in the Isles of Man and the Canary Islands because of the taxation. These are money that if they were kept in the country, then, you know, the money can be put to work. If you look at some of the statistics that have been circulating, the government have been borrowing from abroad, but there are people who can lend money to the government, not by going to the government to give him money, but if the state government is building a road from point A to point P, and it's announced publicly that this road will cost 12 billion. It will be constructed in the next 5 years. We want to fund this project through borrowing. If you have money, go to your stockbroker to buy a bond. Many people will buy because one, maybe the road passes through their town. Some people support the idea, they buy the bond, and then they earn interest. That is how Japan and Korea grew up. When Nigerians talk about public debt, they say, oh, the Japanese public debt is 1,000% of their GDP. But the money is owed to Japanese people. Our own, we are not aware. But all what we read is that the government has borrowed. You know, people in government play tennis with bank worker, bank managers. They give them money, or contractors come and say we are going to, it should be contractor finance. Nobody knows the amount until the statistics comes out. The road is not built, but the debt is being owed. So there are many ways in which the states or the country can become integrated by borrowing from those who have savings, paying them interest on that their savings, and creating a market for them to rediscount their bonds when they need it. Assuming that you lent money for 5 years for government to build the road from Nsuka to ENUGU. But you now have a need for that money. You go back to the stockbroker and rediscount that, so you feel happy. But when the government cannot even pay pension to its workers, gratuity is owing it, he doesn't care. Who will want to lend money to it?
Interesting. So, as you know, individuals, I know that the role that individuals can play in making sure that they don't get into that seeming poverty numbers, because again, every now and then, because of the biting economic situation that we're faced with, increased pump price and everything, what role do you think individuals can play? What should an individual in Nigeria be doing now to make sure that his future is a little bit secured, is not dragged into that poverty line?
It is actually for the government to lead, because individuals cannot lead themselves except they have knowledge, and if there are no obstacles on their way.
So what knowledge do you have that can help in some individuals who are looking to make sure that they don't get into the poverty line?
We no individual manufactures the knowledge. It is a group thing. That let us say, for me now, I'm an economist. I know that late Dr. Pius Okibo studied by correspondence to get his first degree. In other words, he didn't go to a university to sit down. If I know it, I can apply to the University of London to study maybe mathematics. Professor Chikobi also got his first degree in mathematics by studying by correspondence. That is knowledge. Many people are struggling to go to university. They are not aware that there's inadequate accommodation, there's inadequate classroom, there's inadequate library. They just want to go and do matriculation, only to get there and discover that the place is jammed. We have an open university, but it is inadequately funded. But there are open universities around the world, so knowledge can be thrown open to people. Like washing your hands before eating. People may not know because they cannot see the microbes. That's why I say that education, the money spent on education, should not only be for construction of a building. Releasing knowledge. Zik said, show the light and the people will follow.
So what kind of knowledge is needed?
General knowledge. General knowledge. If there are success stories, it should be made known. There's a book written by Admiral Alice Madeke. I saw it at the airport and I bought it. When I read it, I became aware. This was somebody who, he was the eldest son of his parents. He saw his father work, as a timber merchant, supplying to the railways. When it was time for him to go to secondary school, the northern region prevented people from the south from entering their secondary school. So his father had to send him back here. He studied at St. Bart's at Asata so that he can qualify. In other words, he did like repeating standard 6. Then he took entrance and went to Our Lady's Onitsha. There are many success stories like that. People who came. The poverty is not like a bench where somebody sits permanently. If information is provided that Zik was a small boy. He was not always an old man. He went to school. He didn't dodge classes. He went to America. He remembered that his father retired, took his pension and gave it to him to enable him to fly. And he came back. Those who go abroad to study will always want to come back to help those they left behind. So the education I'm talking about is not just like writing on the board. It is for the public sector to bring out success stories. Even let's take the governor of ENUGU State, for instance now. If his true life story is told, some people can copy it if it is adequate. Just like other people. Christian Chubu has just died. May his soul rest in peace. I mean, some of us who knew him, not knew him as person to person, but how he played for a secondary school, played for academicals, played for Rangers. So one Mr. Gufere, who was a manager of Vasco da Gama, said after Chukwu's death that he approached him to join Vasco da Gama. But Chukwu told him, "Oh, I'm sorry, Rangers had already approached me." That's why it was an honest behavior. That is the kind of story that people should know, that honesty pays. When he went to Rangers, he didn't migrate from one club to the other.
Right.
Are you following?
Yes.
So there are so many things that can be opened to people so that they can see and follow that path.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Stanislav Ukeje, many thanks for your time and your insight on this topic, the rising rate of poverty among rural dwellers in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time, sir.
I think Signature TV is already breaking the cycle of poverty by bringing knowledge to people that poverty is not like a cross fixed in one place. It's just a circumstance, and you can change it by increasing your production, changing your consumption. Like Obi said, reduce consumption, increase production. Modify those things. Pay attention to those things that needs to be done, and leave the things that don't need to be done. Don't engage in excessive consumption.
Stan, many thanks again. I truly appreciate it.
It's my pleasure being here.
All right. So it's been one interesting discourse all morning with you. We're building up to the 2027 general elections, and we'll have a special interview right after this. So stay with us.
Time we entered this earth as human being, we started industrialization. We started this a kind of development. We call it the technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emissions. Understand? Doubling emissions, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth. And then it start causing flooding. So far is to see that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places because you didn't follow the area originally. I don't know whether I'm making sense. So as if we as people start checking out the natural pathways of water, how it collects down to the ocean, and then starts changing our character based on the way we live, emission level, I think that is a baseline. That is where we can now start from.
Security in parts of Nigeria. A former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without missing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policing, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if he's been posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that, because if we do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring a gun from the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari, because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside the bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse, because last year more worse than this. Well, I may not want to say that, because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will possess it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse, because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never reach full access now. Many people get gone for house already without government authority. Topless government come and say we should be carrying or something like that. We will kill ourselves at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all, because it's people's life that is going on, it's precious blood that is wasting. I think there's something like, I was somewhere, somebody said, you see this blood that is wasting, it's speaking somewhere. I know blood is sacred. That's what I believe. Say you have to be proactive, not to be reactive. Yes, I know that they have said we should carry firearms and all that, but if everyone start carrying firearms, if this person look for my trouble, the next thing is share. I know that is at the long run is for defense mechanism.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Even the crisis between the herders and the farmers. Production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we were curtailing the import. We were cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We were almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing certain items of rice importation, certain amount of rice importation into Nigeria. So these are the dynamics that determine the price, the exchange rate of our local currency.
ENUGU has struggled with water scarcity, particularly in urban areas. Despite its natural resources, the state's mountainous terrain and aging infrastructure have contributed to the challenge. This has led to residents in some areas resulting to using unreliable and potentially contaminated water sources, highlighting the need for improved access to clean and safe water. Governor Peter Mbah campaigned on providing access to potable water within his first 180 days in office, a promise that resonates with citizens who had long struggled with inconsistent water supply. While the government's efforts have led to increased water production, residents express concern that many homes still lack access to piped water, while some areas experience irregular water flow, undermining the promise of reliable water.
Thanking him for the promises he made, and he fulfill it by giving any good people water. But the one he keep in our area, well, he's trying, but the tap is not rushing well.
People have been complaining that at least as since have started doing it, they're supposed to do it in a way people will enjoy it. It doesn't rush every day, and when it starts rushing, it doesn't rush fast.
Of the water that he provided, some parts is not rushing for now, but we are benefiting from it. I wish the government should still try hard to make it available every now and then for other people to also benefit from it.
Director of Corporate Communications at Enugu State Water Corporation, Romanus Anike, attributed the inconsistency in water supply, particularly in the urban metropolis, to vandalism of water infrastructure.
Governor is aware that some people cannot afford water now. That is why, for the interim, he decided to have water galleries. And these water galleries will serve the poor people within the area that cannot afford water connection now. Then, but the problem we have is that these water galleries have been vandalized.
In an interview with the Commissioner for Water Resources, Felix Nnamani, he outlined the government's achievement to boost water production. These achievements he attributed to the re-equipping of functional boreholes at the 9th Mile ultra-modern water facilities and the rehabilitation of the augmentation station, which was previously damaged by erosion in Oji River.
ENUGU is generating 120 million liters of water, which is more than enough for what we need within the metropolis for our consumption and for our use. Be that as it is, I could say that production is done right. Transmission is also, done up to 70%. You know that the original transmission line that we had from the 9 miles to the twin tank at the Milk and Hill can only take up to 60 to 70 million liters. So we're not able to convey all the waters already produced. But be that as it is, a second, His Excellency has approved and then awarded contracts to TLD to do a second transmission line to enable us now convey the 120 million liters to ENUGU for our consumption and for our use.
As the government works towards ensuring accessible water supply in Enugu State, residents remain hopeful that their plight will be addressed in due time, bringing relief to those affected by current water challenges. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, for Signature TV News. It is the Tuesday edition of Signature Evening. Thanks for joining us. My name is Ngozika Mba.
And my name is Queensley Rowland. Good evening and welcome to today's program.
We shall be having several conversations this evening, as well as the regular features of Signature Evening, autograph, chat box, and the fashion fair. But before we go down to all of the things we have, we shall be having conversations around entertainment, economics, business, and the likes. Taking off will be film production and societal reorientation. We'll be having that conversation with a social entrepreneur, convener of Imoif Creative and Film Industry, Zokafo. And the next port of call shall be a conversation with a finance and economics expert, Ajen Alamonia Ibineye, on federal government banning unjustified importation of foreign goods. Professor Gona Ayuba, an agricultural economist, will come up next on the rising rates of poverty among rural dwellers in Nigeria. Quite a package, if you ask me. We shall be observing a short break. When we return, it shall be the first discussion segment on Signature Evening. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms as are currently displayed on your screen. We shall return shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
From the early flickers of silent movies to the vibrant hues of modern digital filmmaking, cinema has always been more than just a source of entertainment. It is a powerful medium that captures the essence of our times, portraying the complexities of human emotions and the nuances of cultural diversity. Films, from blockbusters to indie gems, offer a unique lens into different societies, providing not only a window into other cultures, but also a mirror reflecting our own. Cinema transcends borders, facilitates cross-cultural dialogues, and continues to evolve in a globalized world. Our conversation shall center on film production and societal orientation. Izu Okafor, a filmmaker, a social entrepreneur, and the convener EMOIF Creative and Film Festival, will be speaking to us on the subject matter. Izu, you're welcome to Signature Evening.
Thank you.
And I hope it's EMOIF.
Yes, it's
all right. Okay. Filmmaking, it has actually evolved. We've been on this for a while. In fact, I grew up and was lucky to join what's eventually become Nollywood.
Wow.
Before then, it was stage dramas, waiting for NTA at 4 p.m. to resume, and we saw drama, a lot of sitcoms and the likes. But over time, it evolved. I don't know how it is for you. I just shared my own experience about Nigerian film industry.
Okay, I think I grew up here. I was born here in ENUGU, so I grew up here. So growing up, I remember seeing all those big buses, location buses. I remember seeing Ramsey Noah, Akiaboko.
Right here in Enugu.
Yes, right here in those buses, and they were going to locations to film. And I didn't at that point in my life that I was going to be a filmmaker. There was nothing in my life that was pointing towards filmmaking. I was saying, oh, maybe you're going to be...
No interest at all?
No, there was not. Like, if you want to be a filmmaker, what do you go to school to study?
Theater arts. Theater and film studies.
Okay, right now.
Is there any film study anywhere in Nigeria?
They have movie schools.
Currently now, I think there is theater and film studies. But before, it was just theater. Like 10 years ago, there's nothing like film studies.
So strictly stage performances.
Stage, performance, dance, and the like. So people were taught how to act for the stage, not for the screen. So it was different, and so I didn't know. It was like, oh, film happened after my service here. I was trying to get a work, and it was a recommendation actually. Someone just told me, why not learn video editing? I think that was my ascent into the industry. Like, why not learn video editing? So I was like, okay, no problem, because I think.
Now, how long ago was that?
That was like not so long ago, 2021.
Okay.
2021. So I've not been here for that long.
Oh, okay.
I've not been here for that long. I served in Adamawa. Okay, the story was this. I studied at Imo State University. I wrote JAM like 4 times. So it was like, you know.
You were trying to study aeronautic engineering perhaps.
No.
I can't just imagine why you were persistent to write JAM.
So I think the first
at least Imo BK is something you should have just considered.
I think that's the mistake we make in our educational system, that there is dangerous counseling in school, and I don't know if they're actually doing the job to tell young people, okay,
it's not in the line to go.
It's not, because at first I wanted to, at first in my junior secondary I wanted to be an accountant. In my senior secondary I had to change. I think I was thinking towards computer engineering, or computer, and
it's a serious deviation.
Yeah. Then in SS3 JAM form, I now wanted to study radiography.
Of all courses.
Because it was exciting at that time. Nobody was doing radiography. It felt, oh, this is something new. So it's going to be a radiographer. It makes sense. It sounded, I'm sure that's what happens to every young people out there. What makes sense for your pair and what sounds good to you? You guys are like, okay, why not let me do this? So I think that's what happens, because I don't think 15
But I hope you didn't mix that up, radiography. I hope you didn't connect it to media.
Okay, unfortunately, I didn't actually study radiography.
Okay, but at the time, was that what you were thinking, or
no? I wasn't thinking. Like when the JAM cutoff mark came out, I was like, oh, I got up to, was it 197? It was enough for, I think it was cutoff was 180. I was like, okay, interesting. But then my uncle told me then, why not IMSU? Why don't you want to go to Imo State? I've never been to Owerri all my life prior to 2014. I've never ever been to Owerri prior to 2014. So it was my first time going to pick up that form, going to write the post-UTME, and God, it was not a nice experience. If you grew up in Enugu, there is this vibe to Enugu. Enugu has the life. Like, for me, I feel Enugu is the life.
Okay.
So, but when you are coming to Owerri, can imagine, anytime, like my first day in school, I was telling someone, my first day in school, every weekend, Fridays, immediately after classes, I enter the nearest bus back to Enugu.
Oh.
Monday morning, I'm back to
I thought Owerri was such a bubbling state.
Comparatively.
Yeah, Owerri is actually bubbling. It's bubbling. It's bubbling. For people that, you know, where you are used to, Enugu is more like a comfort zone for me.
Okay.
So I'm used to Enugu. And then Imo State University at that time was not anything like UNEC or ASUS or IMT. It was looking, at that time, at 2013, 2014, it was not. It was nothing. It was not interesting. It was looking something else. Like, I don't know. So, but now it's upgraded. Like, I don't want to shock you, but I live in Owerri now.
Oh.
Yes.
Eventually.
Eventually, I live in Owerri. I live in Owerri now. I do films in Owerri now. So take that as what gave rise to all this.
Obviously.
Okay, just before you dived into your story, you mentioned that theater arts always prepares you for mostly stage productions and not the movie production when acting. Is there the transition from stage to film? Would you say it's better to transition from stage to film or to just dive right into film? Because I feel maybe it gives you a certain grounding, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gives you a certain ground. It actually gives you a certain ground. But because of I wouldn't blame the educational system in Nigeria. It's, oh, you want to study this, oh yeah, focus on this. Now keeps you around that box of what you want to study. Right now, I don't even know if they're teaching content creation in school. Content creation is now big.
Maybe it's infused in one of the courses.
It could be, maybe it could be part of the courses or modules or part of a particular course, but it's big now. So, but theater arts right now, I think is now getting that. Like I said, 10 years ago, I don't know if there was theater arts and film studies in any school. What I know was theater arts.
Okay.
I think some years back is now getting to film studies, and now they're now understanding them. Like there's been always the media part in theater arts, but film is not. I'm not so sure. There is a study.
There is currently
film studies, like a study of film, but the practical aspect, the production. I don't think any theater artist can actually produce a film as at 20 years ago.
As at 20 years ago.
Yes. I don't think any theater artist can actually produce
a movie.
But the narrative has changed today.
Yes.
Okay, in recent years there's been a push for more inclusivity. I don't know if because we're talking about the transition from stage to the screen. And so I don't know if there are significant barriers that still exist, you know, between those two. And how do you think filmmakers, I don't know if today's filmmaker can handle both screen and stage?
Okay, so truth be told, theater is a world of its own. Most filmmakers can never handle theater. If you don't study theater,
you can't.
You can't. It's different. And film, to an aspect, you get, like, let's say you learn stage acting, you just need to be pointed out for you to know how to do it. In stage, it's your voice. You need to show.
Project.
Yeah, it's project. But for stage, for screen, you're acting for the camera. There's an audience there. So you need to accommodate whatever you're going to do. It's more like an internalization of your emotions and trying to express it for the camera, not for the crowd. In stage, that's why in stage you see people demonstrate and all those kind of things, and it makes sense.
They exaggerate actions.
But then in film, you can't do that. It loses the essence of film. Films brings life, the way we live. You know, when you do stage shows us what we want to see. It's like the Roman circus, like the it's entertainment, but then from the point of view of, oh, what I want to see. But film is, oh, this is how I live. That's why when you watch a film, you connect to the film. You can be able to be emotional about a film as much as you can be emotional about the entertainment that's here. But film drag, it's like a journey that sucks you in, and then you just stay there and you feel whatever the actor is feeling because they were able to take you through that experience.
So how would you say film shapes public perception of societal issues like racism, climate change, inequality, and the rest of it?
Okay, I think filmmakers have actually done a lot. But I wouldn't, yes, like there's this particular film, Dry. Yeah, it was made by Stephanie. Okay. So I think it focused on female genital FGM, female genital mutilation. And as a film, I believe in film for social change. Like film has to be a tool that we could use to drive social change. So we need to tell stories that can impact lives, not just about the entertainment part of it. Stories that can influence a generation. Stories that can give people a different view of what they think possible. Like you talked about climate change. I think there are films that I saw a film that talked about climate change. But then the thing is, you don't just push it there. You just add those bits to your film to make people know, oh, this is what this person is talking about. This is the consequence of what could happen if I drink sachet water and drop it on the streets. This is what it could lead to. You sure if you could, through motion picture, just create something that shows the after effect of whatever, because people don't know that, oh, a single set of water could cause harm if it gets to the sea. Like if it mistakenly travels from water, carries it, gets to any water body, it could kill a fish, and we don't even care. So, but then through film as a tool, people could be able to tell the stories and then point towards that particular aspect of our culture.
You know, as Nollywood was coming up over the years, apart from the too much romance that was played, you know, when you mentioned Ramsey Noah, the only thing I can remember was all the love stories told around him and either Genevieve
and that man that always says darling.
Yes, from the romance, too much romance that played that made us to forget about the Indian films. There was too much rituals. Something that I could tag misconception. You know, a young man getting frustrated in the village, carrying his little sack bag, going to Lagos or city. Very few times it was the city, but most times it was Lagos, and then becoming stupendously rich. Okay, so our film is trying to tell you the story. Reflect something that most persons have criticized. Do you think that we can use the tool of filmmaking to effectively challenge the cultural norms and values of society?
Yes.
Why are we not really doing that?
Because filmmakers are first entrepreneurs, they're business people.
Makes more sense.
I should have
first, because who is paying you to do what you're doing? You want to sell a market at the end of the day, because you remember why you have so much knowledge about Ramsey Noah's film being love films is this. Oh, they sold us in a film. He acted as the love interest of somebody, and it's sold, and people like it, maybe Omotala or Genevieve or Stephanie or somebody. The market will be like, oh, female Agafia. So what next? Let's use it again.
Let's stereotype another love story.
Let's use it again. So until we find another Ramsey Noah wannabe that we could use, so let's be using him to make the money, because this is the market. So filmmakers at that point, I think filmmakers in Nigeria first grew from businessmen, marketers. It's now that though we had creatives, but creatives don't get the funding. Sadly, creatives don't get. Creatives are the ones that they pay so much attention to detail, and they want to make film, cinema. They're not about the cut and join. They want to pay this attention. Let's create something. Let's make something. Let's make something that people wow at. That's a creative. A marketer does not care. they want to for the money.
They
And it's
chasing the bags
understandable
also.
because they're spending money, so they need to make money. So that's just it. But the creative is not the one spending money. So even when you meet investors and they give you the money to make film, you are interested in, okay, how do I make? But still the industry. I think at this point right now we're trying to balance between that creative part and the marketing part, and I think we are successfully doing it.
So is there a particular film in mind? You know, you think you are successfully doing that. So is there a particular film, one or two, that is pointing to what you just said?
Yeah, there are lots of them.
One or two can
Tokumbo, Living in Bondage, Jago Jago, King of Boys.
True.
I'm calling big budget films because
Yes.
they're the ones that come to mind. I think they've understood, oh, there's a market. And that market is, they used streamers, for example. They pitched this to streamers. And these streamers, like Netflix, got excited about this project, the potential of this project. And they're interested in purchasing this project. So it makes sense. Oh, so whenever they're bringing out their money to do the project, they know, oh, it's going to be creative and we are going to make our money back. So it balances it off for everybody. So everybody goes home happy at the end of the day.
So they are certain.
Yeah.
So in what ways exactly would you say that Nollywood has helped to sustain African cultural beliefs and values?
Okay. Nollywood sustaining African cultural beliefs and value. Maybe for the Westerners, when I mean the western part of Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe for the Northerners, yes. Why I said Westerners, western part of Nigeria, is you can comfortably think about a Yoruba film now. Like I can give you 5 minutes, you can comfortably write down 5 big budget Yoruba films right now that you've seen, and they show the Yoruba culture and they show their culture and tradition. You can maybe think of an Hausa one, even though they're not really
so popular
into film, but they have their stars, Adam Zango and the rest, and they know these guys, they show them their culture. But for the Igbo businessman, for the Southerners, we are all about it's business. So whatever is working at per given time, we dive into it. So I don't think we've touched a bit of the Igbo culture in film.
What areas are still missing?
Have you seen a film about ENUGU? I think the only thing we saw in film growing up was August Meeting. That they did and you remember August Meeting? They finished every story about August Meeting. Like we saw it, we saw Mama G, we saw yes, we saw the stories of August Meeting. I think we also saw the Iwanko.
Yes.
Even though they didn't show us the cultural aspect of Iwanko, but we saw those bits. But we've not seen Iriji. There are things that are particular to, as much as the Igbo is a tribe, there are different states, there are different communities. Each community has something they are known for. Every community has a festival that their community, their Mong festival. How many films have we seen that talks about the Mong, that tells us about the Mong? Or the coming of age. In my village, there is this coming of age ceremony that they do for ladies once you get to a particular age. For you to buy the lady kindred, like it's for the ladies, for young girls. There is a ceremony you must do to introduce you into that clan, into that particular cult. I'll call it a cult, but that is not like it's a cult. It's what it's actually, if you read
age grade.
Age grade. You read The African Child, Kamara Lai, I think is one of my favorite books. When he talked about how when it was time for him to become an adult, a man, the dad had to let him they initiate him into that thing. And it's a culture for them in Senegal or Gambia. In Nigeria, we have, in Igbo land, we have it. I'm sure most of our villages have some kind of culture, but how many of us know about them? How many of us have seen it in films?
And we don't tell them in stories. Are you saying that no one has replicated the Iriji that we read in Things Fall Apart? I remember the picture that Chinua Achebe painted of the yam mound that was large enough that you wouldn't be able to see someone across the table, except at the time that the mound went down. So are you saying that we have not actually replicated that, even if in passing, like Ibanko?
It's possible that we have,
But you're actually
but
looking forward to
you know when I talk about
story.
August meeting,
a
picture comes to you, must have seen
Women
a film.
gathered, yes.
Okay.
There is no how you deny that you didn't see a film about the August meeting while growing up. We saw the plot, like it made us know that during August, women are supposed to come down for a particular meeting. We don't know what they're doing in the meeting, but we know that there is a meeting. So I don't see if it has been shown the way these other ones have been shown. I think it should also be something we talk about. I feel it's something.
But if we show all of this cultural, in fact, we tell our stories and reflect our identities in films, what effect do you think that will have on society? We are talking about reorientation.
I think it's because right now, I wake up in the morning. Let's say I go to my house. I greet my dad. Good morning, sir. In the night, good evening, sir. In the West, the Westerners, they don't.
Southwest Nigeria.
Now, if you tell an Igbo man to translate it to Igbo or to Toma, is also Toma good morning? It's funny because we don't even know what Otutoma is again. We don't know what good morning is for the Igbo man again. I think it's Salachi. That's what you're supposed to tell someone in the morning. And we've lost this. We are losing bits and bits and bits. But maybe next 10 years, we don't even know what Mazi. Many people don't use Mazi again. If you call someone Mazi, we will like Kayena Bomifa. We are now sticking to the ones that we commonly use. Our culture. It's through films that we tend to, because there's a film you see. Believe me, there's a film you see, and you see something that someone does in that film or particular thing they call, and be like, oh, what is this? Let me go and check. Google is always our friend. We go and check. Oh, so this is what this is. Like the film Apocalypse. The guy created an entire language for film. If you've seen Apocalypse, he created an entire language for film, a language that has never been existent. The same guy that shot The Passion of Christ is one that made Apocalypse. It's a very beautiful story. It's a story I watched, and I don't know, but I know it talked about the South American, the Aztecs, AZTEC, so it's called Maya culture. So it told their story to an extent, and then infused different languages into it. The same way CJ Obasi did with Mami Water, told a story about some parts of West Africa that we don't even know. So I feel like as Igbo people, I feel as the film has this roots that if we don't tell our stories, if we don't tell it, we'll be losing them day by day. Like we need to, as much as like I tell stories from a personal point of view, things that I faced while growing up, challenges I faced, things I've experienced, things that have happened to me, things that have happened to my friend. Like recently I shot a film called Kachizo. This is a short film. It's about a story of kidnap. It happened to my friend and my younger sister and some other people I know. I was like, oh, what do I need to do? Because this is where it comes to me now. What can I do? The best thing I could do is just to shoot a film, make a film about it. So people see, oh, this is what happens. It's not yet out. It's still on film festivals and all. So it's a short film. So, but then that is what I feel a filmmaker should do.
Okay, so talking about streaming platforms, so to what extent does streaming platforms like Netflix and the rest of them democratize access to social transformative films?
I think the truth is this: the international community, the global community, cares so much about our stories more than we care about them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can't be more American than the American man. You can't
Absolutely.
come and be speaking. What? Like, are you going to be more American than
No,
them?
you can never.
There is no how our leagues, our football leagues, could get as big as the
foreign leagues.
Yes, UK, England, where it started, as an example. It can't get as big. I don't know that it can get big, but if it gets, it's going to be within our own circle. It's like when I talk about